Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We're going to start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Branch, could you lead us?
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we also have recognition of special awards today. We have the North Carolina Public Transit Association Driver of the Year Award.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Manager, members of council. My name is David Eatman with Transportation and Transit. Today I'm here to introduce Mr. Bruce Holloway, who won the North Carolina Public Transportation Association's 2024 Driver of the Year Award. As Mr. Holloway comes on down, he is an employee, or was an employee, he just retired, of RATP Dev, which began operating Go Raleigh about a year ago. At this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Holloway, but while doing this, let me share some of his accomplishments. The Driver of the Year Award honors a public transit driver who has championed the goals, services, and calls of public transportation in North Carolina through their service to the community and their local transit system. So some of the great things that Mr. Holloway has done: completed 33 years of service, received a 1,000,000-mile safety driving award. That's no preventable accidents for 1,000,000 miles. Pretty incredible. I wish my family could say that. 10 plus years of perfect attendance as an operator, if you can imagine that as well. 10 years of receiving 0 customer complaints. Can you imagine that? And then won first place trophy in the North Carolina Public Transportation Association's bus rodeo 3 times. Wow. Exemplifying his skills as a transit operator. And that's against stiff competition across all of our urban transit systems in North Carolina. So winners of this award are selected by an independent evaluation committee chaired by the NCPTA Executive Director, which you see in the photo, and comprised of media and trade association professionals, many of which are members of transit systems throughout the state. Those are large and small. So congratulations to Mr. Holloway on his incredible career, and thank you, Mr. Holloway, for your service.
Thank you.
And you will be greatly missed.
Honor for me to serve the city of Raleigh, and it's been a quick 33 years, and I've really enjoyed it, serving all of our people. Thank you so much. All right.
Congratulations and thank you. Let's all get up and get a photo with him for me. Come on. It's quite the record and quite the honor. So thank you for doing that today. Okay, next on our agenda, we have consent agenda. No items have been pulled. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have the Planning Commission report. We actually have some items this week.
Yes, ma'am, we do. We're on our new schedule, and we've been meeting as expected.
Oh, let me just say, I'm sorry, I should have said this at the start of the meeting. Christina Jones is absent and excused. Thank you.
Thank you. So, reminder of upcoming holidays through early June, and we have some items already scheduled for public hearing at the next meeting. There are 3 rezonings scheduled. Blunt Street is an old item, and the others, I believe, are new. And then the budget is on the June 4 meeting as a public hearing. There are no rezoning items scheduled then yet. So coming out of Planning Commission, we have 4 items recommended for that June 4 date for a public hearing, and I'll just tell you a little bit about each of those. So 4020 Tryon Road, this is the north side of Tryon at Lake Dam. It's going from IX3 to commercial mixed use, 5-story. So the base district is changing, which would allow residential use on the ground floor and also greater height. This is consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map, and Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. The next item is on Spring Forest Road. This is at Timber Ridge, just under 2 acres here, going from R10 with conditions to RX3 with conditions. This is also consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. Planning Commission recommended approval with a split vote here, and the opposing votes cited concerns about downstream flooding. These are not structural flooding concerns, but yard flooding concerns, and then also an interest in affordable housing on this site. Third item is on Barwell Road. This is the on either side of Barwell Road. There's a small portion of the parcel that's on the east or south side of Barwell here. This is 14 acres going from R4 to R10 with conditions. Again, consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. And then fourth item is on Holden Road. This is the south side of Holden, just west of Forestville. Just over 3 acres going to R4, from R4 to R6. This is concurrent with an annexation that will also be scheduled for public hearing at a future meeting. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously here as well. What questions could I answer for you before you schedule public hearings? I also have
Any
Chair Miller
questions?
here.
Are there any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi. Do you know if the applicants for the Holden Road case are in the audience today?
I do not know.
Okay. I was just made aware of this case through the agenda, and I know my analyst tried to reach out to them, but I have yet to speak with them about this case, so I would humbly request to my colleagues that we hold this as a special item and set the public hearing after I've had a chance to speak with them. So that's the motion.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Okay, that was unanimous. Okay, then we have the other 3 hearings.
Move for approval, public hearing for the rest on June 4th.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring Holden Road back as a special item at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we have special items. The first item is rezoning Z9222. This is New Bern area planning.
Hello again. So we talked about this last out on the road, right? We were out in early April and got to visit New Bern Avenue in person. And so I just want to remind you a little bit about what's already happened. You acted to apply the overlay mostly as a recommended throughout the zoning area. We rezoned Explorers 600 New Bern site, the Zach's Gas site, and also Duplex Village. In April, you acted on a handful of additional sites, some in association with, so more Duplex Village, a couple of parcels adjacent to 600 New Bern, and then other sites identified as affordable housing partnership opportunities. We did our mobile work session on the 9th. At that time, you asked for some additional information about funding recommendations, and that's included in the agenda backup right? So those are programs that would complement the proposed rezoning. And then you asked, would we please put on the agenda for you today to talk about eastern stations and middle two stations? And so just a quick reminder of what's outstanding out here. So the TOD has been applied. You can see that here shown in this green hatching. There was a parcel that you omitted because it had asked to be excluded. So if you decided at this time you wanted to take action on that, you could. And then outstanding out here is also base and height changes, and those are highlighted on this map. They're a range of commercial mixed use and industrial mixed use districts, some residential mixed use, and heights ranging from 4 to 7 stories across the corridor. And then just a visual to help you understand the heights that are proposed here. So generally 7 stories is the most predominant proposal for height out here. There's a 3-story, a little bit of 3-story shown in yellow in the upper, or what would be the northeastern corner of the map, and then 4 stories on the south side of New Bern, just outside the Beltline, and a little bit of 5, and then a couple of scattered locations here shown in that blue color, right? So I think the question in front of you today is if and how you want to act on the parcel that you excluded from the TOD initially, and any base or height changes you want to make here. And I could go ahead and talk about middle two, or I don't know if you want to discuss eastern first. Madam Mayor, how do you want to?
Let's do this first, and then could you refresh our memory on what is at 400 New Bern?
What is where? I'm sorry.
At 400 New Bern? That has to be
Yes.
excluded?
So that is this corner, the parcel at the corner of Corporation and New Bern, and I believe this is
It's a gas station.
a gas station.
It's a gas station.
And so they didn't want the overlay because of how that interacts with the frontage default that puts in place.
Yeah, this is actually a BP gas station that sits there, and they just renovated it a couple years ago and everything. But I think it's the reason they want, because I think the issue with vehicles, and this is an existing gas station. I know it's been there over 25, almost 30 years. So I will be fine with excluding, that gas station from it since they made the request.
Well, we already have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you're asking is, do we want to make a change?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess my thinking about that particular parcel is especially if they've just renovated, like they can continue to operate as long as they don't, make significant changes. They can just operate as a non-conforming use. So my leaning is to include them, but open to more conversation.
Yeah, other gas stations are included, so that's why I'm good either way. Because there's a gas station directly across the street on Corporate, and there's others along that are all still included. Like you said, they'll be there as non-conforming, and then if they decide they want to do something different, then that's the process they will go through with the community.
Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, I was going to add, do they understand that if the TOD is mapped there, they don't have to shut down tomorrow? They can continue to operate. The difference would be in the future, if they go to sell or redevelop, it would have to redevelop under the transit rules. And I do think it would be odd to exclude them if other gas stations are included and to create a little hole in this map. And I certainly understand that they want to continue to operate at a gas station. This doesn't prohibit them from doing it. So, I think my preference would be to put them in. And maybe we communicate to them that they don't have to shut their doors tomorrow, nor should they.
Do we have a motion?
So here's my question, I guess, going back to your statement about the motion. Do we need to make the motion to just include them in the TOD as well as, so we have to put them back in?
If you want to apply the TOD here, you need to make a motion to that effect. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I move to place them back into the TOD. Do I need to read the whole consistency statement? Okay. I move to adopt how about this? Can I do
like a
this
series
and
of things?
approve the whole thing, the base and height, if everyone is fine with that? If there aren't, because that way we make one motion, it makes it a little cleaner.
Okay,
think-
let's hold on for a second.
Yeah.
As far as the second piece of this, basin height is concerned, are there any questions or comments about that?
Yeah, so in conversations over the weekend, I think there's I think the base districts are fine. I think there's some concern about the height at 7 and the implications of getting the TOD height bonus utilized, because the 7 stories is timber, but the height bonus would push construction into steel and concrete. And so my recommendation would be we amend, everywhere where it's 7 stories, we amend that to 5, but approve it as otherwise.
Well, then that really eliminates creating mixed use. That's the whole idea with the 7 stories is the first 2 floors are steel and concrete. You can put retail in there, whatnot. If we reduce it to 5 stories, you're reducing the potential for housing. So I have some real concerns about that. Part of what we're trying to do is create walkable communities, and we want retail and other types of uses in there. That would make that almost impossible.
Well, no, so I think that because of the mixed-use standard, like, they still are going to have to build those taller first ground floors, which will lend themselves to retail no matter what. And so then if you leave it at 5, you're saying, well, you can use the height bonus to get up to 8 and still build a lot of housing.
So if I may, there's an example downtown, right across from Morris Square Middle School, where they've built on top of it. They kept the ground level as is, and they've built, and they're using stick build on it with additional height and things of that nature. So it's possible to still do it. I think the idea and the thoughts that I'm hearing from what you're saying is if it's built from the ground up. But if it's an existing building and they want to build on top of, you can still do the stick build on top of it. And also, I'm aware of a developer who came down probably 4 months ago, had a meeting where they specialize in stick build on existing structures, because there was a conversation about a parking deck that we had here in downtown Raleigh. So I understand is where you're coming from as far as that price point and everything, but from what I'm seeing here and what I expect to see here, that 7 stories, because their base height right now, isn't it 7? And parts of it are close to it, or 5? It's 3, all is 3?
Mostly
Okay.
3.
So some I thought was a little higher, but I think it'll be fine, just based on what I'm seeing. I understand that concern, and I acknowledge it, but based on what I'm seeing being done right now, and Mayor Black, you've seen it as well, I think they can still get to that.
They can get to 7 in timber. They're just not going to go any farther and utilize that bonus because it'll switch their construction type.
I
I
don't
mean,
think
we see what
that's-
other councils feel.
That is not accurate, based on, we just approved, say, Exploris property. We did 7 stories there. They're planning to do the first 2 stories steel and concrete because they have to for retail, and then wood or timber for the next 5 stories. So there's ways to work with that, especially if you're trying to create mixed-use communities. Councilmember Harrison and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so I think the issue that we're talking about is whether the affordable housing bonus is going to be used. And so if 7 stories is the base height, it's not clear to me that the affordable housing bonus would get utilized from all the conversations that we've had with staff. And so that would be my concern, and that would be why I would support Councilmember Patton on the 5 stories. But perhaps I'm missing something here. But that's kind of been my, again, understanding from our various conversations.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I've got the Google Maps view pulled up, and so this whole corridor that we're talking about right now it looks like existing shopping centers and parking lots and gas stations. So we're not really talking about an issue with displacing folks or existing, single-family neighborhoods. I think the concern we're hearing is if we approve 7, is there a chance the density bonus will be utilized or not? And so, what is staff's opinion on that? And then also, can you remind me what we approved on the Explorer site?
Right, so Explorers was rezoned by this council for 5 stories. And
density
the
bonus.
input from the owner there was that they really wanted the 5 so that they could get to 8
With the density
with
bonus?
the density bonus. That was their intent.
So
Yes.
I guess the concern I'm hearing is if we give 7, are folks going to use the bonus to go up to 9 or 10 or not?
I think that's a very reasonable question at this point. We have not seen affordable housing in steel construction, and 7 with 4 would be 11, and that would definitely be steel.
So if we did the 5, they can go up to 7 or 8
Yes, that's
if
right.
they
We
use
go
the
up to
density
8
bonus.
with the bonus.
Okay,
Yep.
that's helpful.
I think if we make that clearer, because I did not understand what you were,
So this would be just what we did on the Explorer site, basically.
yep.
All right. So I will support that.
So for what I'm hearing, everything 5 and what's been recommended for 4 will be 4 stories. Are we
Everything
trying
that's
to-
listed as 7 would be amended to 5, and that everything else would be approved as
As is.
suggested.
Yes.
Exactly what I was saying.
Second.
Yes.
All right, well, we're all on the same page.
Yeah,
and,
we're
I'll
all actually
second
on the
it.
same page.
Thank you, Councilmember Patton and staff for clarifying that. Do you want to make a motion?
Go ahead, Councilman Patton, you can go ahead.
Does it needs consistency language? Yes. All right. So motion is to include parcel labeled E1 in the TOD and subsequent actions to amend the staff proposal where heights are listed as 7 will be amended to 5. Everything else will be included as staff, as the staff recommendation. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 7th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. I just want to say, too, I think it was really helpful to do that bus tour so you can actually see it and not just talk about it. So that was a great idea. Okay, next.
Yep, so when the presentation comes back up, that same presentation that we were just looking at. I'm talking to my friend over there. So we also have put a couple things in here for your consideration. One, wanted to talk with you briefly about green plus frontage. We talked about this while we were on the bus. We've talked about this, I feel like every time we've talked about New Bern Avenue. So this is a frontage standard that was developed as part of the New Bern Station Area Planning. It requires tree planting on private property adjacent to the right-of-way. This is an alternative to the green frontage that we currently have in the code, and where this is applied, it would supersede the typical frontage requirement in the TOD, which is the urban limited standard. As written, the green plus frontage, when we went through the text change process for this, when was that, 2023, 2022, at that time, the TOD still prohibited single-family uses, did not allow single-family detached building type. That language is repeated in the current green plus frontage, and so wanted to flag that for you because applying the green plus frontage would prohibit the single-family use, which you have very clearly stated by modifying the TOD that you don't want to exclude. And so just wanted to acknowledge this and ask if you wanted to authorize a text change to allow this building type so it aligns with the TOD before, either know that that's in process. When you take action to apply the frontage, perhaps today or sooner, or if you want to wait to apply the frontage until after that text change has run through the process, really up to you all. But just wanted to flag that because that's a big part of the recommendations in middle two, right? And then, so just a question for you. Do you want to authorize the text change to align green plus with the TOD overlay?
Yeah,
Yes.
if I may.
Yes.
I definitely, I would just go ahead and move to, move forward with the text change to update for the green frontage.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous as well.
Thank you. And then the middle stations too, you have taken some action here, so you can see on this map, again in green, where the TOD has already been applied. And then you left out, when you took action back in March, you left out everything in the NCOD and the individual requests that had asked to be excluded. And so I think a question for you is whether or not you intended, whether or not you intend to take any action here. Just looking for some clarity. We can stop asking you about it if you don't want to talk about it anymore. Or we can keep bringing it back up if you want to discuss it further. Just looking for a little guidance there. And then the base and height changes here in the middle station. This is largely applying the RX3. The big change here is the RX3, which allows, which can be combined with that green plus frontage, right? So the way the code works, you can't put a frontage on a residential district. And so the motivation for the rezoning, the base district change here is to allow the application of the frontage, which requires the tree planting, right? And then there are some other limited mixed-use district changes. You can see them here shown in red, blue, and purple. There are not many on this map, right? So those are just a few of the, just those pieces are, the bulk of it is that residential mixed-use district. So that's the situation there. And then just to help you understand height here, there's nothing above 5 stories proposed in here. So a little bit of 5 on the south side of Duplex Village here along Pool Road, and then a little bit of 5 around that Longview Shopping Center in this part of the rezoning proposal. So whether or not you want to, if you want to act on the NCODs or not, and then any action you want to take on the base and height, maybe you want to act on mixed-use districts that aren't RX. Maybe you want to go ahead and act on all of it, knowing that you've put the text change in motion, really a choice for council.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, so I have some thoughts on each of the individual parcels, but to speak to some of the broader actions in this section first, I would be comfortable in this section removing the NCOD and applying the TOD plus green plus frontage, knowing that we've got this text change now approved and approve the heights and zoning districts as presented. And then with respect to the individual parcels, working, north to south, sort of, M3 requests to be in, and staff and planning commission requests, let's suggest to accommodate that, so I would move to do that. M6 requests to be in, but staff recommends to stay out for reasons of contiguity. So I would move to keep them out. And then the 2 remaining parcels, M13 and M7, I would move to keep them in. So that's kind of where my head's at, but open to discussion.
I have a question around this NCOD, because all NCODs are different. What's the conflict between this NCOD and the actual TOD?
So I would say 2 big things. One, the minimum lot size here is pretty large. It's 3/4 of an acre, and there's a height. And then the NCOD also limits height, which is it's like a story and a half. Yeah, so it would limit less than the 3 stories and 40 feet that would typically be allowed in a residential district, or the 3 stories and 50 feet that would be allowed in a mixed-use district.
And this will only apply to those properties that we're looking to put the RX3 on? Or we're saying we're removing the NCOD?
So,
Because that's what it looks like to me. I just want
right,
to be
so the
clear.
NCOD is shown with the little house icons all over the map here, right? And so the area where the TOD was proposed and not mapped yet is shown with the hatching, right? Your call about whether or not you want to include that in the TOD. So that's one question. And then the separate question is about base and height. And so do you want to include the TOD? I guess I think that's what you're asking me is, do you want to include the NCOD
Yeah.
areas or not?
Yeah, where I'm getting at is, in order for us to do the green frontage, we have to go to mixed use.
Yes.
And in going to mixed use at 3 stories, we now conflict with the NCOD that's on those particular properties if we apply the TOD.
Well, right, so the NCOD,
Because they match up. If you go between
Yeah.
your two,
Yeah.
the ones where we're talking about placing the TOD match up exactly on the properties where we're looking at RX3 and using the green frontage.
right.
So
So you can have the green plus frontage without the TOD. Those are 2 separate questions. Do you want to do the TOD and the NCOD or not? Do you want to do the base and height district and frontage changes in the NCOD or not?
So for me, being consistent with what we kind of stated for residentials and where we have residential zoning and where we have housing, I actually am in favor of keeping that TOD there and still changing the zone, the base and height. And that's the conversation that I had with a lot of those residents who live over there because they wanted that green frontage as we work and partner with the BRT and the new sidewalks that are being put in that area.
Okay, I'm really confused how that differs from what Councilmember Patton said.
From what understanding, from what Councilwoman Patton said, is to remove the NCOD and put it on the TOD. Am I incorrect in what I heard?
So if we flash back to earlier in this process, at that time were not ready to. Planning Commission had said anywhere there's a conflict, you should take off the NCOD and put the TOD on instead. And at that moment in time, we were not ready to make that like whole scale change. So then, but taking more of a scalpel rather than a chainsaw in this area, I was saying, yeah, maybe on these parcels shown in orange, we can remove the NCOD from those parcels because we'll apply the TOD and the green plus, which I think should address the neighbor concerns about tree save. But if that's not what you are also saying, then I would love to get clarity.
Yeah, what I'm saying is don't apply the TOD there and keep the NCOD. Everything else is the same as far as RX3 GP.
Where is that? Be specific.
Everywhere where you see RX3 GP, the recommendation is, from what I'm hearing, is to remove the TOD, remove the NCOD,
Right.
and place the TOD.
Right,
And
green frontage.
and I'm saying no, keep the NCOD, but still put the RX3 GP there. That's the difference.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Patton.
Now I have 2 questions based on this conversation. But if the TOD is not mapped, would there be anything that would otherwise prohibit very car-centric uses with the RX3 and the NCOD? Because I think for me, that's the big benefit of the TOD is not so much what it allows, but what it doesn't allow. And I would really hate for there to be very auto-dependent uses from Wake Med into downtown. And so that's my main concern.
I don't believe there are any use restrictions in the NCOD. I don't believe there are the use restrictions in the frontage are tied to building type, which you've just voted to evaluate. And then RX3 does not allow standalone retail, so you're not going to get a drive-through or a pharmacy, like a drive-through restaurant or a drive-through bank or a drive-through pharmacy. So I'm trying to think about, RX allows all residential uses plus up to 4,000 square feet of mostly personal service type use and retail and some dining. But I don't think you're going to, no, I do not think that there are car-centric uses
we don't
allowed by
put-
the RX district.
Okay,
Is
so if
your-
we-
is
if-
really the question, yeah.
Got it. So if we don't
Sorry.
put the TOD here, we're not at the risk of there being some.
Car wash would not be allowed anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other point is earlier today, I was contacted by someone for that M6 spot, and they indicated that their neighbor, 118, also has a desire to be included. No one has heard from this neighbor. So the conversation we're having right now is that this M6 request for inclusion is sort of disconnected, and doesn't seem to be much appetite to try to just include them without being contiguous. If the person who owns 118, the site next to M6, which would pull them in to make it continuous, are we able to go back and do those two later if that request comes in, or is that time sort of closed?
I believe that time has closed. We advertised the public hearing, and the public hearing is
no,
closed.
I understand, yes.
And so everything now will become more restrictive. So like the change where you made 7 down to 5, cool, because it's more restrictive.
Yes,
If you had wanted to go 5 to 7,
So-
we can't do that at this point. So adding parcels at this point, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, and so our option then could be only to act on M6, which would create a
Discontiguous.
yeah, okay, thank you. That answers my 2 questions, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, question for me too. Is the mixed use allowed by the NCOD,
I believe so.
the RX district?
Well, let's not believe so.
Yeah.
Let's,
I'm
this
looking
is
at-
important,
looking
so
at
let's
Ira
make
over my
sure.
shoulder. He's going to look it up right now. There's no use regulation in the NCOD.
I'm sorry, what?
There's no use regulation in the NCOD. It's all about form.
Okay, understood. Okay.
So with mixed use with form, I mean, does that apply? I just want certainty.
So
And clarity.
The RX district allows a small amount of commercial, right? The 4,000 square feet, and that would be allowed in the NCOD because the NCOD regulates lot size and building height.
Since the NCOD does do that, are we really limiting the type of development that could occur?
Well,
If we leave the NCOD there?
It doesn't allow the car wash, the drive-through type use. Doesn't allow, so it's a limit on the types of commercial uses. It's more personal use, conventional retail.
Does it allow, though, different, I'm trying to get creative here with the types of housing and whatnot. I want some clarity on what the NCOD would limit versus, say, applying the TOD.
Hello. So first I want to acknowledge that we are in the part that's very confusing, and there are 4 different things that you're thinking about, which is like 4 factorial, right, number of combos. So the NCOD does not care about what the zoning is otherwise. It limits the numbers of lot size, building height, that sort of thing. No matter what the other color is, it could be downtown, doesn't matter. So in this case, the King Charles NCOD, the big differences are the minimum lot size are 3/4 of an acre. So what that really would stop is townhouses, right? Because you couldn't sell a townhouse by itself on a small lot that's just the size of the townhouse. You could build an apartment building though, because 3/4 of an acre is plenty big. Sure, on 3/4 of an acre, yeah, that's more than the UDO minimum requirement. The other thing that the King Charles NCOD prohibits is any building over 2 stories. So in the scenario where you're just changing the color and adding the frontage, those can be, presuming that the text change happens, single-family homes, duplexes, apartment buildings, 2 stories or 1 story. The TOD, either with or without the NCD, would allow the height to go up. So
To 3 stories, where it's marked.
2, 3, or the bonus,
Yeah.
right, if the bonus were used. So the NCOD, without any other change, those are the 2 big things that this particular one is doing. It's the lot size and the building height.
Councilmember Harrison?
And could you clarify the green frontage? Because I feel like there's some back and forth on this. So green frontage versus NCOD, is that correct, what we're looking at? Did I miss
Yeah.
that?
So green frontage was modeled after a frontage we already have. Green plus was modeled after green. And there's like 5 out of the 7 or something like that frontages in the code are called urban. And green is one of those. So it's like green, urban limited, shopfront, et cetera. What green does is requires tree planting in your front yard, green plus. That was expressed as a desire during the New Bern planning for that to be added to this neighborhood because they want the tree requirement. What got picked up, though, is all of those urban frontages don't allow new single-family homes. So shopfront, urban limited, parking limited, green plus, uniform. And at the time when this was developed, neither did the TOD, and we thought green plus and TOD in the Longview would both be there together. Council has since removed that building type prohibition from the TOD, but it still is here. So if you were to map this as is, they would be required to plant trees, four for every 100 feet. So every 25 feet, there'd be a tree. That was the main goal of the green plus. The build to is also a little different. It's 30 feet instead of 20. So it's a little bit of a deeper front yard than green. So green plus would require, if you were to build a brand new single family home, you'd have to plant trees, which you currently are not required to do today. Did that answer your question?
I think so. And then also if you build a townhouse or an apartment, you'd have to
Right.
grow the...
Anything that's permitted, you'd have to do that, right?
Okay. I just want to put my vote for the green plus frontage.
Okay.
I think we already did that, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we
Also, you-
voted for the text change.
The text change, so
Yeah.
if you mapped the TOD today and did nothing else, and someone had an empty lot, they could not build a new single family house there.
Okay.
The
Council-
proposed text change would be to allow them to do that.
Okay.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, when I was talking about the TOD before, I was focusing on what can't be built and making sure that we weren't getting car-centric uses. But I'm also realizing that if we don't map the TOD, I think we are foreclosing the opportunity to have affordable housing that is incentivized along this corridor too, right? Because it won't have the density bonus.
Right.
That's right. Really, the NCOD means that if you get mixed use, it's going to be
Market rate.
It's going to be 2 stories, because that's all you can have, and that seems really unlikely to be built. Right.
Well, then I'm in favor of applying the urban frontage that addresses the concerns about tree loss, and then applying the TOD. I think everybody should be sharing in cultivating affordable housing, and we've seen that the incentive-based affordable housing is actually producing results. We've seen it through other areas, and I'm certain, I do feel strong that we're going to see it here, and I don't want to cut off this entire section from it. So I would be in favor of mapping the TOD.
Yeah, I think the way you just described it kind of addresses my concern, because leaving the NCOD limits the housing and the number of housing. And the whole idea is to build density on BRT. So I would be supportive of that. I also want to say, I would actually also be supportive of including M6, because I think if that person wants to come back and apply for a rezoning, they can. And I think I think we should do as much as we can.
Did you want to?
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, so I will have a question about if that is legal to have a non-contiguous site. It is.
We have some instances already in the city.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. I don't have a strong opinion about that one. In having a side conversation with Councilmember Branch, I think the friction here is that NCODs are resident initiated. They honor a resident initiated process, and so the desire is to respect that, which I think is a totally valid thing to do. I think maybe a compromise is that we remove the part north of New Bern, the parcels that do not front along New Bern. If we leave those out and allow them to retain their NCOD, the parcels that do front along New Bern get the TOD so that they can build to higher heights, use the affordable housing bonus at et cetera. Does that?
'Cause I think that
does that
gets to-
feel-
I need a visual on what you're talking about.
Sure.
Yeah, the things in red would stay in the NCOD.
So, all right.
So that means all of this below
Would
Would stay in the TOD.
And all of this. It's just what, one row of
It's like
Yeah.
yeah.
So everything
1, 2,
that
3.
that abuts New Bern Avenue will be in the TOD, because that's where we're trying to get the housing adjacent to the New Bern Avenue corridor. Anything above it will stay in the NCOD.
Yeah. I'm counting one parcel above that M13 labeled parcel, but on this like other map you have.
The question is, does staff understand that?
One. Yeah.
Well, the one question I would have is where M6 is, if we include that, but then we take that out, that is awkward, that one area there. And it appears that that area is going to be redeveloped at some point.
Well, my question for M6, they wanted the height or did they want the TOD?
Yes.
To both. Thank you.
Yeah, they want the 3 stories. And
I'm not comfortable with that one if we've got it ensconced by a bunch of other parcels that are definitely in the NCOD at this moment.
Yeah.
Before this suggested change was brought up, I would have supported putting M6 in. In theory, I'm still supportive, but if we're starting to trim it back a little to be closer to fronting New Bern, I think the person who asked to be included in M6 may have to just come back with a rezoning request, and their neighbor who allegedly wants also to change. But I do think if we can get these changes made, this is a substantial leap forward. So I'm fine with a compromise consensus that gets us in the right direction.
All right. Councilmember
All right,
Branch,
does
you
someone
comfortable
want to
with
make a
that?
motion?
Yeah, I'm good. I think that's the best approach as we move forward.
All right. So, all right. So do you want to do it?
Now, I just want to make sure, staff, do you understand what we're saying as far as the TOD?
I want to.
So we're going to apply the TOD, but not on these parcels that we've marked in red.
Correct. So the TOD will be applied to properties that abut New Bern Avenue.
And are you removing the NCOD as well?
Yes,
Okay.
and remove the NCOD from those properties.
Thanks for the clarification.
So M3 in, M6 out, M7 and M13 in, and then the properties marked in red out. And then the properties suggested remove the NCOD, apply the TOD with green plus.
That is correct.
Okay. So moved.
Yeah.
You need me to read
I read it. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 7, 2024, contain the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended actions.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to act on the base and height changes?
Yes.
Probably said, sorry, our bad.
I move to approve the base. Hold on. Let me see. What did we say? 5. Okay. I move to accept the base and height recommendations with the proposed consistency statement dated May 7th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
And do you want?
Could you say that again, please? I'm joking.
Do you want to do you want to exclude the parcels where you just excluded
Yes.
the TOD?
Yes. Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Cool.
Sweet.
Is that it?
You'll need to know what we want next time. Is that the next part? Yep.
Right. So what's left for discussion is that Middle Station Area 1 and the Western Station Area. Again, the base district, building height, frontage questions, and the TOD. You have a couple of parcels split by an NCOD boundary that need some discussion, and then the question about green and detached frontage. And remember, there are a handful of parcels in the Oakwood HOD that are proposed for a base district change only, no overlay, no height increase, just the base district. So we could come back to you on the 21st, June 4, or the 18th at your pleasure.
My recommendation would be we take the middle one at our next meeting, May 21st. I heard you whisper June 4th.
I was thinking June 4th because May 21st is a
Budget.
big date for budget,
Yeah, June 4th is fine with me too.
Madam Mayor.
June 4th is fine. Do we need a motion?
It's the WICMID.
Or we
I
just
understand your
provided
direction. We will bring
Okay.
Middle Station Area 1 back on June 4th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Okay. Next, special item is rezoning Z4023, 13120 Strickland Road. And this would be setting a date for the public hearing.
Yes, that's right. Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So some reminder on this case, you've already received the report from Planning Commission with no recommendation. It is scheduled for the May 28th Growth and Natural Resources Committee meeting for discussion, and it's back here so you can set the public hearing date in line with the UDO timing requirements. There are also some revisions to the zoning conditions that the applicant has submitted that I can summarize now before you do that.
Okay?
So the amendments are to condition 6, which is about post-development storm water management. They've added the 50-year storm event and added a provision for adding the 25-year storm event to management requirements during construction. And then 4 new zoning conditions have been added pertaining to green stormwater infrastructure. So there's an existing provision in the UDO that requires that for parcels of a certain size. They're committing to that regardless of the built area. And if a design exception is requested, a minimum of 50% of the runoff treated under that provision would be treated with using GSI. A second condition speaks to state sediment basin construction and design requirements. Those do match the city's requirements, though, but it's in there as another condition. And then the third identifies a perennial stream on the site and increases the buffer, natural resource buffer to 125 feet around that stream. And then condition 4 is a commitment to conservation of at least 10 acres within the Falls Lake watershed in either Wake or Durham County, being conserved by a conservation easement benefiting a conservation trust or a similar entity. So those are the new zoning conditions. I'm happy to answer any questions you have before you proceed.
Okay, Councilmember Black?
No questions about the case specifically, but I did talk to Councilmember Jones, who's not here today, and she said she's comfortable with the recommended action of setting the date for June 4th. So if there's no questions, do we have to motion it? Yeah, I would be making that motion, or I would be comfortable making that motion. Motion to approve the recommended actions for setting the public hearing date for June 4th, 2024.
Okay. Okay, all in favor?
Just to clarify, is that evening? Or?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? All right, thank you. Next, we have downtown investment opportunities.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I'm Evan Raleigh with the City Manager's Office. So this item comes out of conversations that have happened at the Economic Development and Innovation Committee. So there are multiple parts, so I will go ahead and apologize in advance. It's a lengthier than normal presentation, but there were a lot of pieces, so I hope that you will bear with us, but we'll try to move through it expeditiously. So what you're going to see are several recommendations that came out of the committee related to the Fayetteville Street economic portion of the downtown economic development study. The committee made recommendations for funding in some specific areas, and so you'll see recommendations for each of those areas covering multiple different departments. You will also hear a review. Part of what the committee asked was for other potential options related to the spending that is being proposed here. So you will hear some potential options related to other council priorities that spending could be directed to. The committee also asked for a couple of policy changes to be shared with and discussed among the body. So we will have members of staff that are going to take you through those policy recommendations that the committee sent out for council's consideration. So without further ado, I will turn things over now to Ms. Sadia Sitar to kick us off.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Sadia and Sitar from Budget and Management Services. As Evan mentioned, we are bringing this item back from EDI committee held in March. So our goal today is to review the recommended areas to fund improvements and updates around Fayetteville Street. And then something else that we are bringing back from the February, one of the City Council meetings that was held in February is capital reserves. As City Council will remember, we sent out a survey where you were asked to select 3 priorities of how to spend fiscal year 23 capital reserves. So we'll be bringing that back at the end of this presentation. So kick us off, we thought it was important to share with City Council the investments that have already been made in the downtown area here in the city. So listed here are some funding opportunities that were made available through ARPA funding for downtown investments. As you can see, there were improvements to the convention center, a downtown activation study, downtown economic study, improvements to City Plaza, as well as some outdoor seating initiatives as well. And then if City Council will recall, the first meeting held at the beginning of this calendar year, we actually came in front of you to reallocate some ARPA dollars and made some further investments to downtown at that time. And those include funding that went towards downtown Wi-Fi, some shade structures, the reconstruction of PAC's entrance, tree lighting investment study, a traffic safety study for Glenwood South, sociable city assessment, as well as a quiet zone study for here in the downtown area. So all in all, we've spent about quite a chunk of funds here for the downtown area as well. So just wanted to kind of leave City Council with that. And then again, I will be coming back, as I said, near the end of this presentation to talk to you all about how you would like to spend the $1.35 million in fiscal year 23 general capital reserves that are as such unallocated. And like I said, this funding is unrestricted. It can be used for one-time funding items. So excited to hear how you would like to divvy up these funds and what you would like for them to go toward near the end of the presentation. And with that, I am going to pass it off to Stephen Bentley, our Director of Parks and Recreation and Cultural Resources.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Stephen Bentley, Director of Raleigh Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. I have the shortest part of the slide presentation. This is a 2-part study that's being implemented by DRA, so I just wanted to remind the Council this focuses on Fayetteville Street. And they had 10 big ideas that are in front of you, just highlighting a few: streetscapes, cleanliness, safety, wayfinding specifically related to family-friendly routes, and several other initiatives. So when we met with the EDI committee, they narrowed down the comments and the focus of staff to focus around cleanliness, safety, wayfinding, and public art. So the proposed improvements that you'll see from Raleigh Parks and Transportation really are in those 4 areas. So these are some of the proposals from the Raleigh Park side and the Raleigh Art side of things. First one includes making the dog park at Morris Square a permanent amenity. It has created a lot of foot traffic and a lot of visitation to the park and activation coming out of COVID, which has been highly desired. And it's addressing a downtown deficiency with the growth in all of our housing that's moved into downtown. That cost would be $100,000. The other is two public art and Raleigh transportation collaborative projects focusing on murals, and those murals would be at both intersections and sidewalks. And combined, those investments would total approximately $200,000. And then finally, one of the things that was highlighted in DRA's survey is this contemplating creating and highlighting better wayfinding, but more specifically to family-friendly routes. We have destinations from marbles to multiple state museums. So the recommendation from staff is to create artist in residency in our Raleigh Transportation Sign Shop. We have really high capabilities for quality signage that can come out of that shop, and we thought that would be a good collaboration and a program, hopefully, if that is successful, we could build upon in the rest of the downtown. So now I'm going to turn the next recommendations over to my partners in Raleigh Transportation.
Thanks, Stephen. So Paul Callum here with Transportation. So I'll start that I do not have the shortest slides here. So I'll just kind of touch on. So the first few slides you'll see are touching on around cleanliness and safety and then artwork. And then I will kind of end my part of the presentation just around some policy considerations around parking. So as you can see here, recommendations here around cleanliness here. So replacing the big belly receptacles, you can see in the kind of bottom left there, the pictures there, estimated cost of $160,000. Looking at just replacing some of our standard trash receptacles in the downtown, that estimated cost at $165,000. Then of course you can see the cigarette butt receptacles there in the middle. Estimated cost $5,000. And then we just recently rolled out our shared pilot waste collection project there on Martin Street. You can kind of see in the second picture there from the top there with the artwork on the side. So that has been out on the street for about 3 weeks now. So I think we've got some success on that. So we included some money in to expand that pilot there at $200,000. Next, many of you may have seen we've had struggles with our existing tree pits in the downtown area with trigger rates there. You can see in the top left that come up with the growth of the trees. So we've actually done some flexi pave. Our first kind of pilot was down in the Glenwood South. And more recently we've done on Harrington Street, on Hargett Street and along Wilmington Street, and have gotten a lot of great positive feedback from those. So we've got some working with our friends in Parks and Recs. We've got an estimated 100 locations we can look at with that, with about $80,000. And then we want to look at expanding our kind of pilot that we ran around bike and scooter corrals down in the Glenwood South area. We highlighted some priority locations in the core downtown, so we've got some dollars in there of $114,000 for that. So now I want to just kind of touch on policies around parking here, and I'll kind of just give y'all a little bit of history on the kind of the downtown small business program, kind of how that came about. So as you remember back with COVID, a lot of struggles with downtown businesses, with the service workers having to pay for parking and things of that nature to come to work. So back in January 2021, council approved the Downtown Small Business Program. That initially kicked off with 200 parking passes. We put some parameters around it, so small businesses less than 50 personnel. We basically gave a max of 10 parking passes for each one of those businesses. They could get up to 10. We included this in 5 of the city parking decks. So again, 24/7 access and free for those participants. So that's kind of a little bit of the history back in 2021. 2022, we expanded that to 400 parking passes. So that just gives you a little bit of history of how the small business program came about. So again, I'll just touch on the overview, update and impact here, and talk about maybe some next steps. Just a reminder with the parking fund, it's an enterprise fund, so basically self-sustaining. Any deficit that we're looking at, then we're going to be looking to Sadia here from the general fund just around parking. So I just want to kind of hit some overviews of some of the challenges that we're still having just in parking. As you can see, again, with the small business program, we've got the 3 X's there. We've got 5 parking decks that we've worked with over the last 3 years. Those 3 parking decks there with the with Cabarrus Performing Arts and the Blunt, we just got some agreements and special agreements in place, so we excluded those. Those have not been part of the program for the last 3 years there. And this gives you kind of a snapshot of where we are. So this is numbers as of last Friday. So you can see with the 5 parking decks, and I'll kind of touch on what the approved space column is versus the active spaces there. So I'll just pick on myself. Let's just say I'm a restaurant owner and I come to the city of Raleigh and say I want to get 10 parking passes for 10 of my employees. So I fill out the application. Really, I maybe only need 6. So that's kind of the difference between the approved space column and the active spaces. So the approved spaces is what we have on the books from the applications that we received, but not all the businesses came and got the max of those. So if you just kind of pay attention to the active spaces, the 278 is actually what we have in hand with business owners and those service workers out there today. So just want to kind of give you a snapshot of the financial impact with the small business program. So if you kind of take the 278, multiply that times $125 a month parking pass, which is typically what that is monthly, that equates to the 417. So again, that's looking at it over the year. So I just, again, wanted to, just as a reminder, I know people tend to look at empty parking decks as an opportunity. I would just say it's like owning a home or owning a car. You've got preventative maintenance, you've got things you have to spend money on, we have to keep the lights on, we have to keep things operational. So just keep in mind from the parking deck standpoint, we do have operational cost associated with that. So again, here's a quick just snapshot of the occupancy
Paul?
rate. Yes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Before you go on.
Yes, ma'am.
I park in downtown a lot. Many of the spots are just empty. Sure. They're sitting there. So I'm having some trouble kind of wrapping my head around this impact when there's nothing there.
Sure.
And I'm just thinking if we can help some of our small business owners and their employees, hopefully keep them in business through some tough times. I'm just having a hard time with that.
And totally understand, and I would just, I guess comment to that is...
I actually have a question to that, too.
Yes, ma'am.
So are these parking spots that are, like, unavailable for the rest of the public to use? Or are they just, like, what is pre-approved?
That's what's pre-approved.
Okay.
Yeah. So the only thing, Mayor, just to your comment, that I would just say again, I know the small business program, it gives other economic incentives in downtown. I just wanted to remind council again, we just have cost, and frankly, I just got a report from our finance. We've got about a $42 million debt sitting out here with just parking decks in general. So again, just want to highlight that and daylight that just for everybody. So again, totally
Can we
understand.
sell them and allow people to build above it? I think that
Let's
would be a
just
good
say
move.
that is a top priority for us. Actually, we've had some conversations with developers about some potential sales of decks. So that is high on our priority for that.
Where does the debt come from? From the
Building the parking deck. So again, pick on the convention center. When we built that back in 2008, just think about a home. You've got a 30-year mortgage. We've got the same thing on parking decks. So any underground like parking deck.
$42 million for the 5 parking decks that you have listed?
So eight parking decks, yes. So just think some of these span back to built in the 90s and 2000s. So again, you've got a 30-year commitment out here. So I just want to give you kind of a highlight of what debt is still remaining out here with our parking decks.
Paul, I might remind you, you weren't in your position at the that time, but at our first retreat, we did an what-if exercise, and I said, what if the city got out of parking decks? And just reminder.
Totally, you're reading my mind on that. So definitely, that is conversation that we've had. We really want the private market to take that over. So totally agree on that. Here's just a little bit of a snapshot again of just occupancy rates with those 5 parking decks there. You can see the bottom row. What we kind of noticed, probably not a surprise to a lot of people, Monday and Friday, not seeing tons of people in the downtown core. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, between the hours of 11 and 2. That's really when we see our peak occupancy. Here's kind of a snapshot. So you remember Matthew Curry, the parking manager. We used to every year coming out during COVID, we'd sit in the office and we basically say, what is the next year going to look like? And really, we just did not have a crystal ball. Kind of look at let's say FY21. Of course, that was in the height of COVID, so you kind of see our monthly parking accounts dramatically decrease. What I would say slow increase over 22 and 23. Now what we've actually seen is things kind of plateau out with some of the businesses downtown, so our monthly accounts have actually dropped to roughly about 5,800. So again, that's just year to date on kind of where we are with just monthly accounts. It's kind of, I think, what you're seeing with the telework and hybrids, kind of the new norm of what we're seeing in downtown. This is just a snapshot, so just a projection here. You'll see the slide a couple times once we talk about the 2-hour free parking policy. But you can just see a snapshot here. Our expenses are just outpacing our revenues. So we're going to be looking at roughly about a $900,000 deficit here coming to the end of this fiscal year. So again, just want to kind of daylight that for the council. Okay, so that was the existing 2-hour small business, the small business program. Now I'm just going to touch on the 2-hour to kind of no charge program, what that would look like, just kind of numbers wise. Again, we'll just go through the slide deck here. Just a little bit of difference here on the map. So the convention center, performing arts and cabarets would not be a part of that just due to special events and things we have going on this end of the city. Here is just a current snapshot of current and proposed parking rates. So the top slide there, you can see first 15 minutes in our parking deck are free. A reminder for the council, there is no charge to park in our decks after 7 p.m. and on the weekends. Our current cost is $1 for the first hour up to 2 hours, and then it's $2 for every hour, and then we max out at $14 a day in our parking deck. And again, down at the bottom, just looking at proposed, again, no charges on after 7 p.m. and on the weekends, and then of course we just zeroed out what would be a no charge there for the first 2 hours, and then a 2-hour max with a $14 a day. So that's just kind of what current is and what proposed is. This gives you a snapshot. So we actually got with the car park, which is our kind of third-party vendor that we work with, and we went and basically got monthly activity in March. So if you kind of look at both of the tables at the bottom, you can kind of see revenue impacts with what we're seeing and then transactions. So I'll kind of start on the right maybe with transactions. So our data is basically showing 1 to 2 hour transactions is almost 50% of our folks coming downtown to visit Raleigh. So again, transaction-wise total, about just shy of 19,000 in a month. Roughly 8,400 of those are coming downtown within the 1 to 2 hour transaction. Taking that number and kind of looking at the left there as far as revenues, you can kind of see that's around about a $13,000 what would be kind of financial hit if you were to look at 2-hour free parking. Yes, sir.
This may be a premature question, I apologize. What do we incur on trying to enforce parking? And we're paying people to get out there to write tickets, right? If you
Yes.
So there's an expense we're paying right now to employ folks to regulate the turnover, right?
That's with our own street. This is in the decks.
Oh, in the decks, you had to pay to
Yes.
get in and get out.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
So again, you can just kind of see here total revenues. We just looked at that here, just shy of 100,000, so about a 13% loss here. So again, just to give you a sense of what that financial impact would look like, y'all just saw the same slide here. Again, I just kind of wanted to, in this part of the presentation, just around parking. So again, kind of the first slide you saw is the existing 2-hour the existing small business program that's in place today, been in place about 3 years, and then the back slides here were looking at whether council wanted to look at the 2-hour free parking on that. So,
Councilmember Harrison.
happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you for this information. I'm just curious about how people perceive the parking deck experience in terms of costs. Like, I didn't realize it was free on the weekends. Do people know this? And if we were to, say, have free parking for 2 hours, how would people realize this? My sense of things is that people don't want to park sometimes on a parking deck just because it seems a little bit more challenging or takes a little more time. I'm not sure always that the cost is factoring in unless there's a lot of advertisement around it.
And we probably don't want to speak for DRA. We'd probably lean on DRA to help, get that message out there if the council so chose to move forward with the 2-hour parking, free parking.
Yes. Councilmember Branch, then Patton, then Fort.
Would it be safe to look at this number of 12,000 if we only did 1 hour of free parking?
Probably half.
To be half?
Yeah, it's probably just a good assumption.
Okay. And then as far as the transactions, that would probably be about half as well? Okay.
Did you explore options? Like, I certainly understand the revenue hit that you have illustrated for us here. Did you explore options for making them paid on the weekends? Like, if the free 2 hours were applied uniformly, but perhaps the weekends became unfree?
So I would just say we did not explore that with this conversation. We have explored that in the past of just looking at, what would it look like if we charged on Saturday? Again, just kind of making something up. There was not any appetite, I'll just say, for that back in the past in those conversations, especially during COVID. Not to say that couldn't look at that now. That just was not part of this equation here.
Councilmember Fort.
So, realistically, how much is this putting you in the hole?
So let me just preference by saying, let's just say we continue with the small business program and council chose to move forward with the 2-hour free parking. You're looking at about $48,000 a month. So it equates to roughly between $550,000 and $600,000 a year just in parking there. So just kind of broad numbers there. Yeah, so just keep in mind the small business program roughly equates to about $35,000 a month. Then if you were to include the 2-hour, that's about another $13,000. So that equates to your $48,000 a month.
If we expand these small business program, what numbers are we looking at in terms of expansion?
So I would just tell you, right now we're at 400, and we only have 278 in the program. So I would just say we're just not seeing a need right now to expand the program, just because we've got some room there now.
So what I would say is the communication part of this needs. We need outreach, and we need to let people know, because I am hearing from businesses that they would like this, and I don't think they know that there's still spots available.
Yeah, and I would just say, based on talking with parking staff, what we've seen is businesses are kind of coming and going in the downtown, so that number fluctuates at that 278 I think I showed you. So again, that fluctuates really depending on what week you're talking about, just again with businesses coming and going in the downtown. But yeah, happy to work with DRA on that.
So just remind me, trying to remember back to when we approved this in the first place, did we limit the number of parking spaces each business could have?
Yeah, up to 10 spaces. So a business could apply and get up to 10 spaces there.
Maybe we want to look at that then.
Sure.
Because we have space availability. So that might be one of the things we look at as well. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah. This is maybe just a smidge afield from the direct conversation we're having, but what is the parking policy for city employees?
Basically, they pay the standard monthly rate. We've got an old policy in place that is long before my time. John, keep me honest, 100 spaces, 125, and they get it at a $60 rate, and we have a fairly long wait list on that. So old policy before my time that we just kept in place, but all of those that are not part of that program, they're paying, the standard monthly rate.
So to add to Mr. Callum's comment, I just had the comment to the mayor. We are doing an internal audit review of what our employees, because it's really hard to kind of process as an employee who's paying $125 a month when we're giving parking away to other folks, when we're trying to encourage people to physically be in a work location. So we are looking across the board at what parking. Some employees pay $60 a month, some pay $125, some are on a wait list for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, some park on the street, and every 2 hours they set their alarms and jump and run and go back and forth and change cars, and it's really not. It's really problematic. So we're doing an internal review, and hopefully in the fall be in a position to bring back some recommendations for you all. Because for me, I think it's an equity issue for our staff. If we're going to afford it to the public, we should also afford it to our employees.
And that's where I've become bald and gray, to be honest with you, because of parking, because it is a entangled beast downtown. I've learned a lot, I would say, over the years. So it's a difficult conversation, as the city manager mentioned.
My only thing is, I think we probably, in doing studies, we probably need to look at revisiting the weekend, because I think there's some opportunities. There are even evenings, but I think it needs to be a holistic conversation and see what that looks like. For me, not having an idea of what the trip count is at our nights and weekends, I think will help as well.
And I'll just tell you, that's kind of the beauty of our new parking deck equipment. Well, I could not have had this conversation a year ago, but we with the new parking deck equipment, we do have the ability to look at all that data and maybe make some future recommendations, well, the council so chose on that.
And I just wanted to add,
Member Harrison and then Mayor Pro Tem.
on the evening and weekends, whatever is free or whatever deals that we have, folks need to know about them. And so I'm just learning about them today, which, I guess I've been ignorant. I mean, I really would drive around trying to not park on a deck thinking I would be charged a lot at night. I just would assume.
The private ones you are. The ones around Glenwood are like $20.
Yeah, and so I think it's hard to know what's what is this
we're
public,
happy to,
is this private?
Again, kind of work with our communication department and DRA to educate and get that message out further.
I think just whatever decisions we make, that communication strategy has to be there to, if we're going to give away parking, to try to bring people in, they've got to know that it's there. Otherwise, we're not, bringing people downtown.
Mm-hmm. Mayor Pro Tem.
I was going to add a couple things. I do think whatever we do, we need to make sure is fully vetted, because most of these city-owned decks are in the parts of downtown that are struggling, that we're trying to support the small businesses and increase our foot traffic. And so whatever we're doing there, I don't want to make any shift that's going to make things worse when we're being asked to help make things better. And then the second piece is, I do think there is an odd perception issue, because, if you're in a more suburban setting, you may drive to the mall and park further from your store destination than these parking decks are downtown. I mean, folks sometimes feel like if they can't find an on-street parking spot on the block where they're going, it's not worth going, but you'll go to Crabtree and park really far from the Belk and walk further than a parking deck. And so I think there's almost like a public education, and I do think awareness of what programs we have that could be helpful. And so I just want to put that out there, that we're being asked to extend 2-hour parking during the weekday, and the conversation has shifted to, should we take away free parking on the weekends? And I don't want to go backwards if it's going to hurt. We're being asked to help, and so we should at least hold that line. And so I want to make sure we're fully vetting what we're doing.
Well, and the reason why we went to free parking on the weekends is because it was hurting. Our restaurants and businesses, people would be like, oh, I'll just go to North Hills instead, or some other place. And so we did that to try to encourage people to come downtown. I would hate to see us take a step back. Councilmember Black.
I am against the weekends, but
like having weekends?
Not like that's just like a personal feeling. I get the weighing the cost of what we are losing a month and like considering that. My question is, because I'm a person who comes downtown a lot and I feel the way Council or Mayor Pro Tem Melton does about like trying to incentivize people being down there and trying to get people to park places and walk. I tried that with my friends several times and they're like, no, we want to park right there. And I just feel that there's a benefit to being able to park in certain places in the weekend and trust that your car is going to be fine. But are rates the only thing we can look at when talking about like raising revenues? Or is it just rates? Is there other
rates
strategies?
and then hours? You can look at hours. Whether you want to extend hours. That's really kind of your two knobs that you have out here.
Okay, just those two knobs, nothing else. Okay.
Not really anything else in our toolbox.
If you were to look at weekends, maybe like a tiered approach, like maybe not an all-day type of thing.
Sure.
Or
yeah, I mean, and again, that's kind of the flexibility we got with the new parking deck equipment. We can look at what some of that data is showing us.
And maybe like what some peer cities are doing, or like other cities who are in the business of parking, which is probably a lot. But
A lot of cities like Charlotte, for instance, it's private parking.
Oh, really? Huh? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we have a really stacked agenda today. Do you have what you need
So
from
I think I've
us
got what I
on the
need.
parking
So
side?
let me just ask on the 2-hour free parkings. I just want to be clear. So just want to get a sense, is that the direction we just want to go, just so I can make accommodations that we need to do on our end?
If I've read the table correctly, I don't think people are opposed to the philosophy of 2-hour free parking, but it sounds like we've got some real revenue to account for, and that perhaps if you bring us back some option A, B, and C that kind of counterbalance the lost revenues that is of interest. Did I?
Yeah, I would say provide us some options.
Okay.
And then work with DRA on the small business program. Let's see if we can make some adjustments.
Okay.
And also, I think you heard this loud and clear, communicate.
Absolutely. I'm pretty good at that, so I'll take
I know
that.
you are.
So I'm just going to turn this over to Ken. He's got just a couple slides, then I think we're going to finish up with Sada here. So we're almost at the end. I told y'all I'd be the longest one there. Sorry.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks. I only got 3 slides. I'll try to be very short. So as we kicked off the presentation, the downtown economic strategy has some recommendations for Fayetteville Street. Our staff here in Urban Projects has been looking at ARPA money and other funding sources to make some improvements. And what we're going to recommend, and we're putting the recommendation up front here, is that we allocate some money that was originally going to go to permanent shade structures down on City Plaza, which working with our stakeholders, we've decided to take a different tack, which I'll get there, and redirect it into taking a first crack at some of the specific Fayetteville Street recommendations. So what we're doing right now is putting some planter boxes and lookout tables down in the plaza to create a more inviting environment. So the lookout tables use the existing seat walls and the planters and allow people to sit and kind of survey the passing scene and do people watching while they eat their lunch. Great for people who are down there kind of solo. And then the planter boxes help define some spaces. And these are some low-cost immediate things which are on order right now, which we're hoping to take delivery of in the not-too-distant future. And then our approach to shade structures is something kind of in between a permanently affixed structure, which quite frankly, when we shared it with some of the major property owners down in the plaza, they weren't really wild about the visual impact and intrusiveness of a permanent structure. But we know that the umbrellas are not really cutting it, so this is sort of halfway in between. It's a structure that has a lot of heft to it, and will withstand some of the windy conditions down there, but provides a larger shade surface. But it can be moved if we decide, it's not working in the location where we've put it. It provides some flexibility. Also, much lower cost for a permanent structure. We were potentially looking at not being able to deploy them till summer of 26. And there's a need for shade now. This can be deployed much more quickly, potentially while it's still warm weather this year. So, and the cost is significantly lower. than what was going to be spent on the permanent shade structures. So what we're hoping to do with the budget that's been liberated by not doing the permanent structures is to fold four things as sort of a master scope for Fayetteville Street. So one of the key recommendations of the downtown report that we got, the interim report on Fayetteville Street, is that while Fayetteville Street is great and has broad sidewalks, there's a lot of stuff on the sidewalk that is often in the way of having a good outdoor dining area. And some of it's pretty obsolete, like the newspaper racks, or solving a problem that was a problem in 2005, not so much a problem today. There's other elements that might possibly be removed, but most of them have infrastructure in them. A lot of them have electricity. All the planners have water, and we'll need to evaluate how that would be capped or potentially made flush with the streetscape of some of these elements that will be removed. So updating that inventory of what's there under the ground in terms of the infrastructure. There is no regulating plan for Fayetteville Street. From time to time, we've had requests from private owners along the street to do something different with the streetscape, and there are simply no adopted standards against which the staff can evaluate such requests, whether that's something as simple as moving or removing a bench, or something more elaborate like changing the paving materials. So we would have some adaptable streetscape standards that would preserve the essence of what Fayetteville Street is about, but allow some flexibility and some different approaches up and down the street. And then the last part of this is something that council had previously approved that would be folded into this one contract, is a lighting strategy, which could include string lights, tree lights, things of that nature. We feel like studying the whole street with a single contract is going to be more efficient than having separate contracts for the regulating plan, for the infrastructure, and for the lighting. So with that, I'm done presenting and would be happy to take any questions.
I just want to say that we've been talking about lighting for 7 years. Let's see if we can make it happen.
We'll get right on it.
Thank you.
Well, that kind of ties into my question, and Paul may be the person. I can't remember. There was a conversation about getting some updates from Duke Energy about some of the lighting downtown and where those conversations stand.
So I'll just tell you, I just actually rode around last night. So we just got the pedestrian scale lighting in around the 4 blocks of the Go Triangle Transit Facility. We're actually going to be working with our Parks and Recs department. We got to do some tree trimming around some of the branches there. But again, that's been the latest kind of enhancement around the Go Raleigh station here.
Okay. And sorry, Councilmember Patton.
Yeah. Hey, Ken, you mentioned the planters and the, what did you call them? The viewing desk tables?
Oh, the lookout tables.
Lookout tables. You said you're hopeful to have them, they're on order and you're hopeful to have them installed, but they're here in part of this funding discussion. Are they already funded?
They have already been, that money has already been allocated out of some placemaking funding within the UPG budget.
Got it.
So those were some short-term improvements that we worked on with the Downtown Raleigh Alliance and other stakeholders.
Okay, so those are not part of what?
No.
They're not part of what's being requested here?
No.
Okay.
The shade structures, though, are a reallocation of money that would have gone to permanent shade structures, and there's leftover funding as a result because they're lower cost.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Great, thank you. Turn it over to Sadia.
Okay.
Sorry, there's a lot of us. I wondered whose turn it was. So just to bring us home, I know that we have a pretty packed agenda today. I think the conversation that began in EDI was, do we have the funding available to make all these changes to downtown? And the pot of funding available is the fiscal year 23 general capital reserves. And just as a reminder to City Council, I'm going to skip over this slide because you've all seen this before. But we've got about $1.35 million in general capital reserves set aside. I would be remiss if I didn't add that the recommendations that you heard from staff from Parks and Transportation for downtown add to around just north of $1.1 million. So not a lot there, but we also sent you all a survey to ask you all how you would like to see those funds spent. Now, this survey was sent to all of you in that December, January timeframe prior to us having this conversation about downtown last month. So here's, again, an overview of the areas that you prioritize, of how you would like to see this funding spent. And I've kind of tried to show, the areas that one of you recommended, two or more of you kind of agree on, or three of you agreed on. So sidewalks, downtown investments, and Raleigh fire investments, about 3 city council members wanted funding there. Again, 2 city council members wanted to divvy up capital reserves for homeless outreach programming and underfunded housing priorities. And then there was some council members who asked for bus stop improvements, increases to employee pay, a gun violence interceptor program, dedicating capital reserves to community grant funding, or to youth intervention programming. So again, a host, a variety of issues that City Council cares about and would like to divvy up capital reserves for. So this is the end of the presentation. So I guess now we would like for City Council to give us some direction on how you would like to see these $1.35 million in capital reserves. Where would you like to see them go? So,
Councilmember Patton, then Black.
Yeah, thanks, Sadia. Can you go back to that chart that you just showed us? Awesome. So if I am remembering correctly, and we were having like a lot of different funding discussions at the same time, concurrent with this, but if I'm remembering correctly, after we had this conversation, we said, we'll go see how far that $1 million will go on sidewalks and maybe some of these other ones. And if I'm remembering correctly, we hadn't had the return conversation on that. Am I remembering that correctly?
I don't remember. I think what we heard was we didn't get a recommendation from City Council at that time, so we brought it back. And then we're here to say, obviously with everything that you've heard so far, you've got about $1.1 million in recommendations from staff for downtown. So it really doesn't leave a lot in terms of what we can actually spend. These are some big ticket items. I would like to remind City Council that sidewalks, as part of our PB program, the pilot program that we just did as part of City Capital that you heard in April, we've got some funding dedicated towards that. And of course, we have a budget proposal. The manager will be proposing her budget here in 2 weeks. So some other items that are listed here, areas of priority, were heeded to in that as well, and stuff that we heard as part of our engagement efforts as well. So as far as bringing back a dollar amount, I did that in February as well. I think that's what you're alluding to. It just gets very tricky because there's a lot of big things here, and how do we divvy that up? It's whatever City Council wants to, however you choose to divide it.
What was the dollar amount based on the recommendations thus far for downtown?
Just a little north of $1.1 million. So we are looking at about 200-ish thousand left.
So about 200,000 left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Councilmember Black.
Hi, Sadia. So when this came to Economic Development Committee, we were the ones who were like, hey, where are the other priorities and where's the money coming from? So I appreciate this conversation. And I think when I talked to council members, I think we were all a little confused on why the other recommendations didn't come along, in part before this consideration came to the Economic Development Committee, specifically about the downtown improvements. So I think that was where, I think there was just some confusion. We thought we had given you direction, then we were finding out that there's no direction. But one of the things that I did notice when I was looking at this slide here, it was that downtown investments was mentioned by several of the councilors. So I figured I should start talking about where I think, and this is for the council, where I think there are some good opportunities for investment. But I do think it's important to look at the rest of the city too when we're talking about capital reserves. Downtown's incredibly important, but there's also other areas that are listed just by some of the things. And before I get into the downtown stuff, actually, one of the things I was curious about regarding these different areas of priorities are like where our programs or opportunities or what we can do. Like it's just kind of broad, like Raleigh fire investments, like what sort of thing and what sort of, like if like all the other recommendations came with a number of we want to do this, this, and this is what it will cost. But I'm not seeing that for the other areas. So I'm like interested in seeing like what the numbers would be under each one to understand where the investment could go from capital reserves. But before we get to that point, you have a look of confusion on your face. Do you understand my question?
These are what City Council stated that they would like to see.
Right.
Yes.
So is there, like, what do we?
Excuse me, city manager wants to,
Let her finish her question first.
okay.
So what I was interested in is like employee pay, reducing gun violence, like what programs are we doing to fund with the money? Like it's an area of interest and a priority, but what would we be doing if we put the money towards these different things? That would be something I would be interested in knowing about. Do you have the answer to that, city manager?
No, I think where Ms. Sitar is going, when we brought the presentation forward, we just updated you guys on what the results of that survey were and what program areas that we had more than one person, two people, or three people, kind of showing some interest. There wasn't any direction to go back and price out certain items of these, because I will tell you, many of these are not just one-time things,
right.
And that's what you use capital reserve for, like
right.
one-time, not recurring expenses. So I think what we're saying is we have the option to go back and do some of this work and bring you back a proposal to spend the 1.35 on all of this, or to say we can spend it on the 1.1 that was just presented for the downtown improvements.
So it's one or the other? It's only we can spend the 1.1 on downtown, or we take the 1.3 towards the other areas of priority, or is there no like split we can do between the two?
If you give us some direction, we can split it down the middle. We can do a little bit of both. We can do the 1.1 and then spend the additional 200,000 on one or two of these items that you all provided through the survey.
Okay.
No, it's not a.
I think that was my confusion because I thought when we sent it back out from EDI, I thought it was going to come back with like, here's a thing that we can fund under one of these areas of priorities, and we're going to like let you know, remind you what the priorities are, give you an idea of something that we could fund, and then you'll be able to have like a more robust conversation. Because the reason why we didn't feel comfortable doing it in EDI is because only 4 people out of the eight council members are represented to have the discussion of what we're doing with capital reserves. But it was something that every council member had input on. So that was my confusion with this coming back. But if I am interested in the other conversations, but I guess the first thing I wanted to mention were the downtown investments. Since 3 councilors looked at it, I think it would be advantageous to talk about what I said during EDI and bringing that back here for basically, and what Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Melton, excuse me, Jonathan, sorry, brought up was like funding all of the things around safety and cleanliness. And so with looking at the trash can things, I think those are good areas to really focus on when we're talking about the downtown area improvements. Having talked to some of the waste and sanitation workers, it's like, just easier to consolidate, it's easier to work with, it looks better. So I think some of those considerations are really worth looking at. And then just my passion project idea for what I would like to see, and we don't have to look at it, but is the new sidewalk murals, because of the studies about street paintings and like slowing down traffic and the impact of like how that could work with our plans for limiting potential car accidents or pedestrian impacts for like all of the transportation and traffic we have downtown.
And don't forget about the crosswalks.
The crosswalks, yes. The murals. I think that's listed. Sidewalk murals. Did I just say sidewalk murals? All of the public art projects for the ground, for the sidewalks, and for the murals in the street, I think are really good ideas to look into, along with all of the receptacle replacement and all of those things are also, I think, really good ideas. Stormy, I know you talked about bus improvements. Sorry, my eye is like burning. Bus stop improvements. I think that's something that we could look into, and I'd be interested to see like where the rest of the council would be interested in looking into other areas of priority that we mentioned. But those are the 2 areas that I thought were really good for like first round of investments, unless we wanted to put like the whole 1.1 into all of it into downtown.
Mayor Pro Tem. And then Councilmember Harrison.
I have some thoughts, but I also have a clarifying question. So there was a slide that showed like the shade study, the lighting study, some improvements for City Plaza. All of that's coming out of reallocation from ARPA. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, so that's to the side.
Correct.
So what we're looking at are these other slides. And I do think, first of all, I want to say this.
Could we get that slide, like some of those slides back up? So
Sure, absolutely. Just going to go back quite a bit. They're at the beginning of the presentation, so excuse me for scrolling really fast here. But here, So this is the very first tranche that went to downtown investments when we first started the ARPA program in the city. That's the first slide that you'll see. So about $1.7 million there dedicated to downtown from ARPA funding. And then we came back in January 2nd of this year and did a second round of funding for downtown that added up to about $2.4 million.
Right. So I just want to clarify that some of the stuff is coming out of ARPA. So we're talking about the other items that were presented today for funding, such as the trash receptacles, the tree wells, some of the
Tree lighting.
wayfinding, stuff like that. So I just want to say, you know, I'm an at-large council member. I've been accused of caring about downtown too much. I've been accused of not caring about downtown enough. And I think neither of those things can be true at the same time. But I'm about to put on my caring about downtown too much hat when I have make these comments that, you know, if we don't support our downtown, the business owners, the folks who frequent downtown, the folks who live there, the rest of the city is not going to succeed. I mean, when we look at our tax revenue map, the way you keep your taxes low in your homes throughout the city is our urban cores have to be thriving. And so we have to get this right. And I think that even if we do everything that's in these slides, it doesn't add up to the 1.35 that we have. So there'll still be some money left for other priorities. And of the ones that are on here, you know, I think we need to focus on the safety, the cleanliness issues. I mean, that's meat and potatoes stuff. And, you know, for those issues, there's a lot of data about how public art in crosswalks and intersections slows down cars. It makes it safer for pedestrians, makes it more inviting. You know, one of the things we got from that study was how gray everything looks. I think that is a safety issue. And that cost us $200,000. There's the whole slide with the public waste receptacles. In my opinion, that should be a non-controversial. We should be approving that. The trash, the tree wells, those are all safety issues. On this list of things, if we're trying to trim some stuff back to get it below the 1.1 million, I know this may not be popular. I would not allocate the 114 for the bike and scooter corrals. I use them. I don't believe it's as much of an issue as on Glenwood. Also, it's my understanding, and someone from transportation could correct me, these companies, as part of their right-of-way contracts, are supposed to be staging them frequently on the street corners. And so if we're having an issue, we need to be talking to the providers, and that should not be coming out of this. That's my opinion. That's $114,000. I know we have a temporary dog park at Moore Square right now. That's $100,000 if we just keep it temporary for right now. That's $200,000 right there. But everything else on this slide, the art installations for pedestrian safety, the trash receptacles, the tree wells, the wayfinding, I think all of that needs to happen. And if we are not signaling to the community that we are making investments here to support the small business owners who are there, the residents who are there, the people who are spending their time and money there, the rest of the city is going to hurt. It's not, is it downtown or everywhere else? It's downtown and everywhere else. And if we don't get this right, everywhere else is going to suffer too.
Well, it also contributes to safety when you don't have people there. And if people don't want to come downtown because restaurants aren't open, or they don't want to come to work because there's quote unquote nothing to do or no place to go, we just keep exacerbating the program. I just want to say one thing. Is there a list of all the things that, these are all ARPA, right?
Unfortunately, the slideshow does not contain a list of all the recommendations.
Okay.
Together on one page.
All right. So let me ask a clarifying question here. The streetscape study for the study for downtown Fayetteville Street, that will be now paid by ARPA funding. Is that correct? I didn't have clarity on that.
That is correct. That was as part of the ARPA reallocation, so that is correct.
Okay. That was what Ken had spoken about. Okay. I just want some clarity on that. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah. So I appreciate all these opportunities for downtown, and I represent about half of downtown. So, you know, I love to see investments in District D. But I also represent other areas of the city, and I know some of our other councilor members do as well, and we all represent all of the city. And so I feel uncomfortable putting the majority of these funds to downtown, and so I really want to see us look for some other investments that support, you know, the rest of the city. And I'll just put it out there that I'm really excited to hear about the unsheltered homelessness response pilot There's some funding that's going to be requested here shortly, and I would love to spend more money on direct-to-tenant housing assistance. That would go under the priority at the end there, underfunded housing priorities. There were folks who were recently left an encampment, a tent encampment, also in District D. And folks don't necessarily have anywhere to go when they leave these places. We also have people living downtown that are unsheltered. So when I think about a downtown strategy, I'm thinking about everybody who lives downtown, everybody who visits downtown, everyone who works downtown, who comes downtown. And I think that is a population that I just always see the need that we can support more. And so I'm just putting a big plug out there for that, looking at some opportunities for our housing. Yeah.
So thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I do agree we need to figure out a way to work on our safety measures downtown area. I have a question around the murals. We have some streets that need to be paved. So this is more for transportation than for arts. My question is there coordination or is there already a schedule? We may identify an area where we say, hey, we want to put a mural here. It helps with safety, it helps with pedestrian refuge, but the street is going to be paved. So I want to make sure we measure twice but only cut once.
Sure. Yeah, we definitely do that. So we've got a lot of internal coordinations on where those needs and efforts would be based on versus what you're talking about with paving. So yeah, we wouldn't want to go put street art in and then come back and rip it out with paving. So yeah, we've got that connection internal.
Okay, because I want to just make sure when we're saying this money is for one-time use, it's one-time use. When we talk about other areas and where we can spend the funding, I do agree that the priorities as far as housing and helping those and were priorities. The thing is, I would say, is probably directing that money towards those who are downtown who need housing. And then we're still dealing with downtown matters and downtown issues as far as that goes. My understanding, I know there's a lot of conversation about bus stop and bus stop improvements, but I also know there's a schedule with funding and with stops that happens every year. Are we good? I think David's still here, I can't see, but are we still good from a funding standpoint and a scheduling standpoint with our bus shelter improvements? I see David's making his way.
Just in case I was asked. But good afternoon again, Mayor, members of council, David Eatman, Transportation. The short answer, Councilor, is that yes, we do have an ongoing program for bus stop improvements. The funds that we have programmed are from outside of city coffers. Currently, we do have about $2.75 million for 25 and 26, so about $5.5 million over the next 2 years. And then we've got about $13 million programmed through 2030. So we do have a healthy amount of funding. I spent a career looking for dollars for transit, so I would never say that we don't want additional capital dollars. But at the same time, we would also acknowledge there are many programs or other opportunities to fund things that enhance the transit experience, whether that's sidewalks or trash receptacles or things that really make that pedestrian environment inviting. So, but hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, it does, and it's helpful. And I think with the conversation that happened at the last council meeting as well, when we talked about even sidewalks and our sidewalk programming, with the money that we have available for bus stops and programming. And it's not just the money, it's also having the companies that we set up RFPs for to do the work.
Correct.
And getting the right of way. So it sounds like the money's there waiting to be spent. Are scheduled to come in to be spent. So with that being said, when we talk about this 1.3, I'm comfortable with it being used in the downtown investment area around public safety, but also around helping with some of our housing priorities in the downtown area.
It was Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Fort.
I just did math, which some would say is ill-advised, but if we just do the safety-related initiatives, that adds up, by my estimates, to $885,000, which would leave $465,000 remaining for other priorities.
Could you state what those safety initiatives are?
Yes. So those would be, if we're going slide by slide, not the dog park. It would be the public art in the right-of-way, so the intersections and the crosswalks. It would be the wayfinding, the public waste receptacle slide, and then the tree wells. So it excludes the scooter corral and the dog park.
I would argue that the dog park is a safety measure because it brings people to Moore Square and creates more residential neighborhood. We've had issues continuously at Moore Square. It's improved greatly, but I would argue that that is a public safety thing. And that's 100,000? The dog park?
So the other math I did was if we were trying to do half and half is of the amount we have is 675, and if we didn't do the public art, which would drop the crosswalks and the right-of-way stuff, which I think is a missed opportunity, and we didn't do the scooter corrals, and we didn't do the dog park, that would put the downtown investments at 685, so almost half.
I would propose removing the public wayfinding.
That's
and-
75.
That's my proposal.
So I'm just trying to throw numbers out there. I mean, I definitely think we need to focus on the safety and cleanliness issues. And it seems to me like the trash receptacles are right on the nose, the tree wells on the nose, and then what else we add in on top of that may be the discussion that we're having, but yeah.
Councilmember Fort.
Yeah, I sat on this committee and I raised a lot of issues when we first had this conversation. And I guess my first question, Saudi, is ballpark, how much have we spent to date downtown? I know you had a couple slides, so I was trying to keep up with you. Is it close to 4 million, or is it?
So 2.4 plus the 1.7, so yes, just a little over 4.
Okay, so a little over 4 million that we've already spent, and then we're talking about allocating another 1.2 million. Yeah, but the question is, where have we made investments in other places in the city of Raleigh? And, yes, I did raise the issue about bus stops, and Councilmember Branch, I take your point about there being money available, but what you got to remember is that there are still people who are standing out in the rain in places where there is no bus shelter. So though we may have funding through 2030, for the people who are riding the bus and standing in the rain now, it doesn't necessarily matter what happens in between now and 2030. So there are opportunities for us to spend this money on other things. Councilmember Harrison raised a good point about our folks who are unsheltered in downtown Raleigh. I mean, there are other opportunities, and so we've invested almost $4 million, and I get it. We definitely want a thriving downtown. I can appreciate that, understand the importance of that, but in the city as large as we have, there are people who are just purposely never going to come downtown regardless of what we do, no matter how much money we spend on it. But there are folks who do want, sidewalks in their community, and there are hazards and safety issues when, you see people walking in certain communities and there are no sidewalks on either side of the street. That's a safety hazard as well. So we've got other things that could be priorities. I appreciate what you're saying in terms of us not giving you direction. So that really falls more so on us. That's not on you guys. I mean, you brought back what you thought we were interested in, but I think a lot of folks were just surprised that, with the remaining balance, it was going to be geared towards downtown when we spent $4 million down here already. And there are other parts of the city where we've really not addressed issues that our constituents bring to us. So
I'd just like to clarify, this money has not been spent, it's been allocated. So the improvements hopefully will help us address some of these safety issues and issues raised by the public. Again, I want to say we have a loaded agenda. I think what what I'm hearing is we want to find a way to split funding, and I'm going to make a suggestion that we look at potentially spending, say, $750,000 for downtown improvements, and then looking at ways that we can use the remainder of the money to help our unsheltered residents in the downtown area, because that is part of their safety issue, and also ensuring that our downtown, we can take that next step. So if there's some consensus there, I'd just like to hear back from people.
I think Councilmember Patton.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's similar to what I was about to say. Resonate that we've allocated about $4 million. Hopefully, I think I could support like splitting this tranche of money that we're talking about in some manner to address some of the needs. Like, I represent only the suburbs, but I understand that we need the urbs to be thriving too, to support the suburbs. So, but one thing I'll flag is that several council members supported sidewalk improvements through that survey. When the participatory budgeting survey came back, we saw that every single council district had that as their number one priority. So clearly, our residents are calling for this, and council members are like hearing that, right? Which is why those survey results were similarly reflective. And so I'm certainly not going to stand in the way of sending the remaining allocation to unsheltered efforts, but just want to flag that was a clear priority amongst the council and the community. So, but yeah, I understand we need to wrap this conversation up. I agree. I think splitting it in some way is bubbling to the top.
So how about this? At our May 21st meeting, staff will bring back a proposal that kind of addresses the safety and cleanliness issues that were raised towards downtown, and then some of the more community-focused issues, so that you guys can make a decision. Thanks for the conversation today. It kind of brought forward some direction so that budget staff can go back and bring forward, and it may not be to that dollar amount, but really close to where there's some parity across the city.
Mm-hmm.
How does that
Well,
work?
I think when you say across the city, I think what we have some consensus on is if we are looking at downtown with the safety and cleanliness, but also looking at our unsheltered population, that doesn't mean necessarily across the city.
But I think we have the homelessness issue throughout the city. We have so many encampments. So whatever that strategy that's geared towards the homelessness issue will be throughout the city. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay, but what I don't want is the folks downtown getting lost in that.
No, it'll be a holistic approach.
Okay.
And I just want to confirm, can you go to the last slide before general capital reserves? It's the one that says urban projects group proposals.
Let me know where you want me to stop, please.
Okay.
It was Ken's slide.
Keep going.
Oh, okay, got it.
Keep going. It's like when they're putting the pepper on your pasta. Keep going. That one.
All right.
Yeah. Just to, you don't need a motion for this. This stuff's happening. Whoever's slide this is from.
I think it'd be helpful just to get confirmation that
But
you
this
all
is
want us to
reallocating
proceed.
existing
Correct.
funds. Okay,
This
so
is
then I
not
move to
coming out of your
proceed with
pocket.
this reallocation that's not touching the 1.3 bucket.
Correct.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you for getting to that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Councilmember Black.
Real quick. So would it be helpful if we gave you like our top 5 from council priorities for y'all to come back with looking at things?
Councilmember Black, I think you may have stepped out of the.
Oh, did I miss that? What was the conversation?
What I suggested was that they come back to us looking at allocating perhaps maybe around $750,000 for downtown investment and the remainder for our unsheltered population. And there seemed to be consensus among that.
Okay. Can I throw in community grant funding? Is that a thing? No.
Okay.
Good try.
You have direction you need?
Yes, we'll bring back a proposal on the 21st.
All right. Now we'll continue with downtown. Thank you very much to everybody. That was a lot. that, it might have been helpful just to have all of the cost associated with, like,
Absolutely. We'll definitely keep that in mind for next time. We come across anything like this, not necessarily just downtown. Yes.
yeah, and having the information beforehand might have been helpful too, just so we could absorb that and take a look at it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, now we have the Downtown Municipal Service District, and this isn't going to be any easier than what we just tackled, so.
Faster.
Yeah, well,
Or faster. I think you should have staff order dinner.
All right, well, hello again. I apologize in advance for how many times I'm going to be at the podium this afternoon and later this evening, so just a heads up, you will see a lot of me. So we are back to discuss the downtown MSD expansion. Sadia Sattar from Budget and Management Services. Again, this is nothing that is new to all of us, but just wanted to highlight some key dates specifically about where we are now. We had our public hearing on April 16th, and then residents in the expanded district boundary had up till April 23rd to ask for exclusion from the proposed expansion boundary. We have received those requests. Those were attached to the agenda item, along with some other materials that I will go over later at the end of my presentation. But where we are today is to consider those exclusionary requests. So, as I mentioned just a little bit ago, exclusion requests were to be received in writing addressed to the city clerk by owners of a property that had to demonstrate that they would not be any better off than receiving those extended services in any other part of the city. And those were to be received till April 23rd. So when we met last time, you asked us to review all of those written requests, and there were certain criteria that we went through in our slideshow on April 16th, and the criteria to review those requests was the request obviously had to be written, addressed to the city clerk. The property owner must own the parcel in consideration within that expansion boundary. And then folks submitting information had to demonstrate with particularity that their property does not need the enhanced services to a greater extent than that rest of the city. So that is the assumptions that we used when we reviewed those requests. And as I mentioned, we've attached those exclusionary requests to the agenda item, and council should have been privy to them when the agenda was published on Thursday of last week. So on April 16th, we had a lot of conversation, not just a public hearing, but we also had some conversation from City Council about amending the boundary that was presented. I hope that I have the correct map in this time, which I am pretty sure I do. But this is the map that was based on the council direction that we received as part of the April 16th meeting. Even after amending the boundary, we have 573 parcels that are currently in that expanded boundary, and 94 parcels sent us letters asking for exclusion. So when we looked at these exclusionary requests, we obviously looked at residential, commercial properties that asked for exclusion, and then we also received some requests after that April 23rd deadline, and we've actually also included those as part of the agenda item for City Council as well to review. So items to consider, obviously something that comes to mind when we look at this expansion is that we did have residential properties asking for exclusion. We would be remiss if we didn't mention to City Council that we already have residential properties within that current downtown MSD boundary. And then again, like I mentioned, we did receive some late submittals for exclusion requests. So we have a lot. I know we have a packed agenda, but this is a pretty intense item, so I'm going to try to be as clear as possible, and forgive me if I'm not. But you asked us to bring back all the requests. We attached all of those exclusion requests to the agenda item, so all 94. The standard for review is that if the city, and I'm going to read this because I don't want to mess this up like I did the last time I was standing in front of you all. So the standard for review is if the City Council finds that the tract or parcel is not in need of the services, facilities, or functions of the district to a greater extent than the remainder of the city, then the tract or parcel may be excluded from the expansion of the district. So it is up to you to determine if those properties are asking for exclusion. If you accept them, Please note that that will change the map as it is shown, also as it is attached in the agenda item. If you deny them from exclusion, obviously nothing changes. But we, based on whatever direction we receive from you all today, we will bring back that ordinance. And I do have Brandon Poole from the City Attorney's Office here to talk anything about the ordinance or anything else you may have as well. So kind of going back, before I head over to my next question slide, just wanted to recall, we did attach a map of the boundary to the agenda item. We made it really clear for City Council. We kind of had this little spiffy spreadsheet where we attached all commercial, residential properties so that you know who those owners are, who those folks are that asked for exclusion. And then, of course, we attached all the exclusion requests. So I think at this point, the direction that is needed is, do you accept the requests? Do you deny the requests? Do you accept the requests with a subset of those requests? And then if it's neither, then do we just proceed with where we are now, which is keeping the boundary as it is? So with that, I do have Brandon Poole with me, like I said, because I don't want to mess my wording up like I did the last time, as I said. So with that, I'm open to any questions or comments that City Council has.
So one thing I'm rather confused about is Councilmember Harrison made a motion last time asking about residential properties in a specific area being taken out. And it appears that residential and commercial have been taken out. And I'm wondering how that happened or why that happened, and if we can fix that, because we want to see the commercial properties included in that.
So Councilmember Harrison, if I remember, you asked properties west of Boylan and south of Hillsborough, and you said residential properties. We are also at the moment going through a whole Blue Ridge MSD process, and there has been, we've listed apartments as commercial, but with City Council's direction, there's a lot of, those have been alluded to as being residential as well, especially when we look at Blue Ridge. So those are the lens that we applied when we took those properties out as well. Everybody in the boundary that was taken out did receive notice of the expansion, so it's not like those folks did not receive notice, but that's kind of the direction where we were going with, just kind of looking at where we've been with Blue Ridge and the direction we've received, or, some City Council, so we took out the apartment buildings as well.
Why this is so different from Blue Ridge. I'm not sure why that was the approach, but also there are apartments included throughout the MSD. So I'm really
it's
confused
really
how
up to,
this
if you
happened.
want to add those properties back in, this is the opportunity for City Council to do that, and I'm happy to have Tansy come in and step in.
Is there there's also commercial properties, I understand, that have been removed.
Yeah, and this is a place where we may have to defer to the city attorney's office. So again, the creation of an MSD is governed by state statute, and there are different phases of the process of creating an MSD. So as you'll recall, at some point you set the boundaries through the feasibility study, and at that point, those are the boundaries that are being considered. Effective this meeting, you are going to be considering under the statute the request for exclusion, which is a fact-based finding on each property. So at the point that the motion was made, you were still in the phase of establishing the boundaries. The hearing was on the boundaries. The motion was made to modify the boundaries. The state statute really doesn't consider, under the statute, you must set up boundaries that are continuous and contiguous. The statute does not speak to use. And so given where you were in the process, the interpretation was that the will of the council through the motion was to modify the boundaries of the MSD. And again, we followed those boundaries that were identified in the motion. I hope that is a clarification. So as we interpreted it, again, you had not yet received nor were acting on specific exclusions of specific properties. You were acting upon the boundaries being set for the MSD. And so that was why the map was redrawn, because we interpreted that to be consistent with the phase of consideration of the council at that time.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to add a couple items, maybe for clarity, as I've been speaking to staff about this and trying to understand how the motion was interpreted and the impact. And so, again, just to clarify, when I was making my motion, I was especially thinking about NOAA, so, naturally occurring affordable housing, that's west of Boylan, south of Hillsborough. There's a number of properties there I was thinking about, and then also residences that don't see a need for the services and maybe don't even see themselves as part of downtown. But I'm also aware of businesses in that area that want to be part of the MSD, and so there's been more conversations about how could we, bring some of those back into this map now that it's been, changed. And my understanding from staff and our attorneys is we can't do that at this time. And that the reason is because of our timing. So we have to have 2 readings around the expansion of the MSD after making this decision around exclusions. And there also has to be a full 4 weeks of notice for anyone that wants to be excluded. So with my motion in the last meeting, essentially folks may have thought, oh, I don't need to make a proper exclusion request. And so we'd have to start that process again, and we may need Karen or Brandon to speak to this from the attorney side. And we just don't have enough time to get there and adopt this expansion in time for fiscal year 2025. And so basically, we're at this point where there's not much we can do on that area. And if it was to be included in the future for the downtown MSD, it would have to be done, similarly to this process, it could be done into the next year. We could do it again. So, it's just kind of an odd, element, I'll say, to the whole thing. It wasn't my intent to remove those businesses, but that was the interpretation, and I understand that's where we're at, and so I'll just leave it at that.
Is this something we could look at again later? And I'm not saying 2 years from now or 5 years from now. I mean, is this something we can bring back after we approve the boundaries, but then say, okay, we need some more work in this area?
Yes, and certainly, again, if there was more time before the beginning of the fiscal year, so the changes for MSDs have to be in place at effective with the fiscal year. And so that's the time constraint, is to ensure that we can ensure for the benefit of the district that the district was established consistent with the statute and everybody had any statutory abilities. So we could essentially immediately begin the noticing process following the statute on those areas. And that the council could act on that at any point. If you didn't act on that prior to the fiscal year, those would be effective in the following fiscal year. So you could begin that process immediately.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have 2 legal questions, so I guess Mr. Poole. We may need to go back and look at Councilmember Harrison's motion, but my recollection from the table was that her motion was specific to NOAA and any residential properties. So these commercial properties that never asked to be excluded and were not in Councilmember Harrison's motion, if they were mistakenly pulled out, what prevents us from putting them back in now without having to restart that process? If it wasn't the stated intent of her motion and they weren't requesting exclusion?
Sure. So Brandon Poole, City Attorney's Office. I think the key there is whether or not a mistake was made. And I will need to defer a little to staff who did the remapping. My understanding, and I looked to Tansy to confirm if this is accurate, was that when looking at the boundary that was described at the last meeting and taking out all the residential properties, it didn't leave what was viewed as being a boundary that was legally sufficient.
Understood.
Because it would have pulled out so much of that outerlying boundary by the streets that you would not have been able to put together a contiguous extension of the district. Is that?
Okay, that makes sense. My other question is, our standard of review is that if we find that a tract or parcel is not in need of the services, et cetera, then we may exclude them. So I see on this exclusion list, under the residential section, there's condo complexes. It looks like maybe everybody at 710 Independence, which is Bloomsbury Estate, has asked to be excluded. I see only one person, 523 Southwest Street, which is the Fairweather, and I see just a few from East Davie Street, which is another condo complex.
Founders Row.
Founders Row. And so my question is, under that standard, how can we find that one condo in a 20-person condo unit or 7 in a 31, how can we find that those 7 or that one doesn't need the services but apply it to the other 24? It feels like they either all have to be in or all have to be out, whether they ask for the exclusion or not. Because I don't see how we can say this one unit in the Fairweather, you don't need the services, but the other, I don't know how many are there, but you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't see how we can meet that standard for the exclusion request for the condo unless the entire condo asks to be excluded.
And I think we would agree. We talked about fractional ownership and the way that this was going to be handled. And I noticed the city attorney nodding as you were bringing that issue up. I think if it was determined because a subset of the full condominium applied for exclusion and it was determined they did not need the enhanced level of services to the greater extent than the rest of the city, I think for legal sufficiency, because they're similarly situated, the entire condominium would have to be excluded.
All right, so for example, I'll use the West Street one. I don't mean to pick on them, but they're the only one from the Fairweather. If we say that this one unit in the Fairweather doesn't need the services, then we would be exempting. We would have to exempt the entire Fairweather.
I believe you would.
Okay.
So what we should say then is that they do need the services.
Right, so the other side of that would be if we find that, and the one in Founders Row, I think for me stands out a little bit more. You know, the Bloomsbury Estates are very much on the fringe, even the Fairweather a little bit, but, you know, the Founders Row ones are squarely in the central business district. And so I think that that's going to be a cause of concern for me, is I don't think we can find that we can exclude one or two. I think it's going to be the whole group or not. And, you know, I've, not to be flippant, but I mean, folks can't teleport themselves in and out of their condo. Like, to leave Founders Row, for example, they have to access the downtown right-of-way, which is what's being serviced and maintained by this MSD. So that's
Well,
my
and they
opinion
were
on that.
also in one of the most highly impacted areas. When we had safety issues, many of them made requests to move the bus station, and also they're next to that shop where we get a lot of complaints. So how are you going to run through the list of exclusions and how we vote?
I have a question.
So we have the spreadsheet, Mayor, that lists the properties. So if we would be happy, staff would be happy if City Council wants to go down the list and let us know which ones you want to keep in, which ones you want to keep out. And then based on that, I believe Brandon would be able to create the ordinance, which we can then bring back on June 4th. Correct?
Do you have something printed? I don't have my computer here.
I do have my copy I would be happy to give you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Branch.
thank you. My question, no, we talked about the residential properties in need or not need. I noticed there's some commercial and industrial properties that are right in the heart of this map. And I guess my question for staff, in a sense, is in trying to be contiguous in design, how does that impact it? Because I'm looking at this map, and if we were to exclude something, it would clearly cause a break in the connectivity.
Yep. So I don't know. I'll take a stab at this, and then Brandon can correct me if I'm incorrect. So there are kind of two different standards. Again, the statute plays out differently, different places. So the council, in establishing a boundary, is again identifying a boundary in which you believe services are necessary and appropriate. And that needs to be continuous and contiguous. The exception process is intended to address individual cases where you can make a finding of fact that that individual circumstance doesn't meet that standard. And so the same
Continuity. Trust me, I struggle too.
Continuity and its contiguous nature. Now, again, that standard under the statute is intended to be factual and informed and to really make a finding that that property does not benefit. So again, the statute really intends for scrutiny to ensure that all properties that are receiving benefit are being assessed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I know. I just add, I think when the map is originally drawn, contiguity is obviously, you look at the picture and can you connect everything? I think if a donut hole is created through the exclusion process, if council is able to make the necessary findings, that doesn't defeat being contiguous. I think if a parcel was seeking exclusion that physically separated the rest of the district from another part of the district, that would be a problem under state law.
Okay, I'm ready to proceed with some guidance and see if we have, I'm not going to say exclusion, I'm going to say inclusion.
Sure.
And we'll see if we have consensus on this. One thing I noticed was the Seaboard Station. There were a number of requests for removal. I would say that those services are needed there. They were requested there. And there are a number, do you want me to name every single one, or will you?
You can list the number that is on the left-hand side, and we can go through that, Mayor, if you prefer.
1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's Person Street. 27, 20, no, wait a minute, 52, 53, 54, 79. But I'm not sure I got every single one, but I think all the properties in Seaboard, I'm sorry, what? Megan, you look confused.
No, I think we're all just trying to keep up with your proposal.
So this was all Seaboard and then Person Street, which is also included in the MSD. There were 3 properties there.
And you're saying to
Include them. Seaboard, there's services all around that area, and they had previously requested the services. I think that for consistency in that whole area of downtown, we need to include that as well as the Person Street. So if you want me to go through those numbers again, I'm happy to.
A couple of the ones you called out, I think, were not that.
No, there were 3 on North Person Street, because Person Street is included in there, and that is right next to Seaboard.
Yeah, you said a couple in the 50s, like 52, 50. That's all Bloomsbury Estate. I think we need to figure out what we're doing with these condo complexes.
No, these were
but-
Seaboard Station 9, I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses on.
Okay.
92, 93, 94. And then the other one was,
79 says Seaboard.
yeah. So that's what I, number 1, would recommend.
Okay.
Is there consensus on that?
I think Seaboard should go back in, yes.
Do we need a vote? Or do you just want consensus?
Well,
I think we're voting to exclude, right?
yeah, I think they're included. So I think once we identify the ones on this list that we want to add, then our motion would be to remove the rest.
Okay, so we're not removing those. Consensus on that?
Yes.
Stormy? Yes. Okay.
Mayor, 1 second. I think at the end, I would just have a vote to confirm the discussion at the table for which ones to allow the withdrawals and which ones not.
Okay, the second one I would say was 270 East Davie Street. That's number 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, down to 19. I would say that needs to stay in as well. they benefit from the services provided and need them.
Yeah, I mean, like I brought up, I think it's tough for us to say that these 9 or 10 specific units in a larger condo complex, I don't know how we can meet that standard of excluding these, deeming they don't need the service, where the rest of the folks who didn't ask for exclusion are going to be put in. So I think Mr. Poole said it's an all or nothing. For the Founders Row, with them being so centrally located in this district, I don't see how we can pull that whole condo complex out. So I would support putting that entire complex back in.
Is there consensus on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that would mean when we vote, we don't take that out. Okay. And then I just want to have a discussion about Bloomsbury. It looks like.
They're already excluded
just
on my motion.
Okay, they're already excluded, so we don't have to even worry about that?
Well, they're on this list. All those 710 addresses is that condo building up on the hill. It looks like almost, I don't know how many units are in there, but this looks like it's got to be, if not the whole building, almost the whole building. And in my opinion, they're very much on the fringe. I would be fine granting their exclusions.
And they're excluded already in the way this map is drawn. Can I just confirm that?
Can you?
The 710 Independence
All
Place.
the 710
Independence.
ones. So it's like number 20 through number, there's a
42.
lot. Number 75. It's like 20 through 75 are all, that's got to be, I mean, I don't know how many units are in there, but if that's not everybody in there, then we're missing it. So I think that should come out. That we
Well,
should grant their
I
exclusion.
guess what we're trying to find out, are they already excluded?
Yes, ma'am, they are already excluded.
Okay, so then we don't have to worry about that.
And
And
then-
then you had mentioned fair weather?
The very last one, number 76, there's one unit that requested exclusion in the Fairweather, just one. And I think we're going to have to either keep them in or take the whole Fairweather out based on what Mr. Poole said.
And I would say keep them in.
Keep it in.
I think that's what we should do too.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other,
Lincoln Theater Associates, I know that's industrial. That's not Lincoln Theater, that's something else.
that's West Street?
On West Street.
Do we know
805
where this is
Northwest.
located, staff?
I am looking through my notes. Mayor?
805 and 809 West Street.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it.
Theater.
Hollow Park.
Yeah.
Yes, it looks like it's right next to that layered
It's next to the park.
bakery.
That random one. Where is it? It's this guy.
Well, it would seem to me that that should stay in as well, based on all the boundaries.
It's all warehouse.
I'm just looking for their letter. I do like to note who folks are, because there are some letters that I think are compelling for exclusion. You know where their letter is?
I'm trying to get to it.
Looking.
Or Docs isn't the fastest today.
Apologies, this is hard to do without a computer. Yes, so they sent a letter, so it should be in the packet that is as of April 23rd, so they weren't late. And the property is 807-11 Northwest Street. So 809 Northwest Street, Raleigh 27603.
It looks like it's on page 17 of the backup containing all the letters.
Okay. I'm okay with leaving them out.
You're okay with leaving them what?
Out. Yeah, excluding them.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm going to ask, Bill King is here. Are there any other properties on this list that you feel should be included, or that you've had conversations with, or there's some confusion, whatnot?
And just before Bill gets up, I do want to also, I'm fine with excluding the ones on the west side of Glenwood South that have requested. I think most of these are either single family or a townhouse, and if there was a condo, it was like every condo. But if someone wants to bring up any specific properties there, but I would be okay to exclude those.
I told you which ones I wanted to include, so I kind of did it backwards, but just trying to get to see if there's anything we're missing here that perhaps you have more knowledge of.
Okay, I want to be careful with, I'll offer my thoughts on this. I would say on the western part of Glenwood South, some of those buildings look like houses, but they are used for commercial. So you kind of have to go parcel by parcel there on that, if that's a criteria here based on services. It looks like only a couple of them, I'd say probably 709 West North Street is single-family residential. I think 420 St. Mary's probably is. In the example of 226 St. Mary's, that's one townhome in a townhome development, but the others didn't petition, so that would be up to you guys on whether you accept all. But they're literally the end unit of a series of townhomes, so they're attached to others. So you'd have to take a look at that, because I could be wrong, but I don't believe that the rest petitioned for exclusion there. So, and then there's a couple of townhome developments as well on Lane Street. So it kind of depends on what criteria you want to use there. I think donut holes are a challenge, right? So, a parcel that's out next to two parcels that are in does create a bit of a situation of, are they receiving service or not? So I would encourage that and consideration of that. And then I would just say on the western boundary, understood, I do think there's some commercial property immediately adjacent to Boylan that would be eligible for inclusion that wasn't included in your motion for excluding residential. Therefore, they wouldn't have known to petition exclusion. They didn't petition for exclusion. I'll give the example. The parking deck for Block 83 is out now. So that means our ambassadors wouldn't be able to walk employees from the office building to the deck, right, without going across the boundary. Now, that's something we can consider, but that's generally speaking not a practice you do with MSD services. So that is a bit of a challenge with the way this broke, is you've got some immediate adjacent commercial property that does not have any residential in between it that is now out as well because of that.
But what is that address for Block 83?
I'm sure we could look that up.
It's out. We can't bring it back.
It's already out. Okay.
Well, it is, yeah. I mean, it's out on the map. It wasn't out under the motion, right? And because it wasn't residential, it would not have triggered, oh, we're now excluded, so we won't petition. So they would have still operated under the assumption of, we need to petition to exclude, because they were not in the motions. They didn't petition. They're immediately adjacent to the existing boundary. So the idea that you can't service it fails as well. So
Right.
I'd just say it doesn't quite meet the logic that was used to redraw.
Well, maybe that's something we can look at when we ask staff to relook at this for the next budget year.
Could I jump in just for purposes of keeping the meeting flowing? This is a long list with and is asking us to exact a lot of minutia in terms of which properties, and I wonder if the council members who serve and represent downtown might be maybe there'd be some benefit in printing it off and getting a green highlighter and a red highlighter and going through and cross-pollinating. Do we have enough time in the process to not go through each of these addresses here in this moment? Can we bring
the bulk of these that we're talking about removing are actually in Councilor Joan Harrison's district. A couple mines I think we've identified it already and we've added back. So I don't have anything to highlight for you.
Okay, I think I'm a little nervous. We're all getting lost in the sauce, naming off like lines 1, 3, 6 of a spreadsheet. So I was just trying to figure out if we could streamline this.
Gave her everything.
Okay.
Yeah. And Councilmember Patton, I think with how the discussion was going and realizing that this is a pretty large task to ask in a single sitting, what we can do is, rather than getting a final vote on exclusion request today, we can go ahead and prepare the ordinance based on the direction that staff have been given and bring that back, and then allow, what the ordinance will do is lay out PIN numbers of what the final district will be, and then we'll list what's being excluded both by PIN number and address. And we can provide that list in advance of when the ordinance will be considered for a vote, just so everyone can confirm that everything that the desire was to exclude was included.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. And I think, from what I understand, what the mayor just provided was the list that I'm comfortable with. And so I'm glad we'll still have a moment to actually look at this one more time, because I do need to look at it with a fine-tooth comb. Thank you.
Yes, this would include essentially Seaboard, Founders Row, and Fairweather.
Okay.
That's what we had consensus for, and it's all labeled there. Do we need anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, I would like to make it clear, though, that we want to bring this back to correct some of the misunderstandings, so we can include this for next budget year. Obviously, it won't be coming back to us immediately, but we need to rectify some of these changes.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we are on to the municipal election changes.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Thank you. Thank you. I do have pictures.
Welcome back.
Thank you. They say it's like riding a bike, so let's hope that I can stay on the bike today. Taisha Mosley with the Office of Community Engagement. This will be a joint presentation with our office and with the City Attorney's Office. I'm going to kick off the first half, and then Janie will come and do the second. So I hope you're all doing well. It's good to see you. I feel like I haven't been up here in a little while. Thank you. I have 3 areas that we're going to talk about today. One is the background and timeline of engagement around this topic. We're going to spend some time there just to make sure the folks who are new to the conversation are caught up, and for the folks that have been engaged for the past 4 years on this topic, see all the work that's been done. And then, if you recall, I think sometime last month, you all asked our office to go do some additional engagement on the proposed ordinances, resolutions. And so I'll tell you what we heard from that engagement session that we had on May the 1st. All right. So the current framework that we have, the mayor, 2 at-large council members, and 5 district council members, was established in 1973. It was in 2020 when the council at the time put together a study group to review that framework from 1973, and that study group came back to the council at the time in September of 2021 with some recommendations. Those 2021 recommendations are listed here on the screen. So transitioning from 2-year terms to 4-year terms, adopting staggered terms, increasing compensation, moving elections to even years, and directing staff to do some voter engagement, and then increasing you all size to 9 by adding 1 district seat. To date, numbers 3, 4, and 5 on the screen have been implemented. Also in 2021, council directed staff to go and get some additional input on those recommendations that were just on the previous screen. And so our office launched a survey on public input. We also had three listening sessions in December of 21 that you see there on the screen. In 2022, we had 2 listening sessions on Zoom about those recommendations, and then we closed the public input survey. In February of 22 is when our office came back to you all to present the findings from the listening session, which I'll go through quickly. So that 2022 public input survey had about 1,200 participants. When it came to transitioning from 2 to 4 year terms, most people at this time disagreed. When it came to staggered terms, they disagreed with that as well. Folks were in agreement of the increased compensation for mayor and the council. And then there was 76% of people who felt like increasing the size to 9 by adding 1 district seat was a good idea. And then when it came to the at-large seat from this particular survey, most people disagreed with taking that approach. Then in April of 2023, our office did an overview of what's been done to date to the newly elected council. And at that time, we were asked to go seek a third-party vendor who could do some random sampling of the topic at hand, which we did. In July, we went into contract with ETC to obtain that random sampling and scientific data. And then Raleigh residents completed that survey from August to November of last year. To summarize that survey, it was administered by mail and online, randomly sampled by city residents. There were 1,013 completed surveys, 200 in each district, and the demographics of the survey reflected the actual population of Raleigh. Overall, from your ETC survey, the respondents who had lived here less than 5 years, who were under the age of 45, were the most supportive of you making changes to the election process. The results from that survey, 53% of people were supportive of you adding district seats, 50% were supportive of you adopting staggered terms, 46% were supportive of you adding at-large council members, 41% were not supportive, and then 40% were supportive of you all serving, of the council members serving a 4-year term instead of a 2-year term. That brings us to 2024. And in January of this year, our office presented those results that you just saw to the council. And in April of this year, we were asked to go back out and do some additional engagement on the 2 proposed resolutions, which we completed in May of this year at Chavis Community Center. We actually just had that session on May 1st. So during that session, there were 31 attendees. We allowed the attendees to discuss in small groups the proposed resolutions. There was a poll that they completed, and then they did a table share out. So before I continue, I would be remiss if I did not mention that the feedback that you're about to see and the results are just a small fraction of the survey responses that you received in 2021 and through the ETC survey in 2023. This particular survey also was done in a short time frame in order to meet the request for additional community engagement. And so on last week, the small groups had the opportunity to answer a couple of questions. The first were, what are your thoughts on council members transitioning from 2-year to 4-year terms? And then they discussed it at their table. You also have a document in front of you that kind of summarizes the feedback that was received. There was a poll of the folks who chose to participate in the survey, and you can see those results here. The second question was, what are your thoughts on city council elections from a nonpartisan plurality to a primary method? They discussed that with their table, and you can see those results here on the screen. The third question was, what considerations should be weighed when evaluating the trade-offs between district and at-large representation Again, they discussed it at their table, and then they completed a poll. You can see those results for the poll here. It was volunteer-based for the people in the room. And then the fourth question was, in the future, how should the city review and adjust council size to account for changes in population, demographics, and other needs? This particular question did not have a poll, but again, the document in front of you summarizes the common themes. So here are a couple of quotes of what we heard. I think 2 years is too much for a new person. This individual stated that not in the position long enough to get the knowledge to make a change. Someone felt like the options we presented were bad and that night and not in favor of a March primary, and so on and so on. You'll see here some other quotes that someone wanted to get more diverse candidates and they didn't feel like you can do that with the existing system. And so to summarize all of that and what you have in front of you, the residents, of course, there was not 100% agreement on anything, but they were split on both of the resolutions. They talked a lot about ranked choice voting, which I know you've had several conversations about, and they felt like the voters should decide on a referendum. There were concerns around the at-large elections, and then if the additional districts were added, they want that to be done via independent commission or a third party. So I'll take any questions that you have, and if anyone wants to learn more about the 4 years around this topic and the engagement, you can search council terms on the city website. So any questions for me before I turn it over to the city attorney's office? All right.
Good afternoon, Janie Richardson with the City Attorney's Office. I'm here to present on the ordinances related to the engagement effort that Taisha just presented on. I'll give them a chance to get the slides up, okay? So should you all choose to move forward with the ordinances tonight, this would be the third meeting in the 3-meeting process that's required to make these charter changes. The last regularly scheduled meeting to take action on these ordinances would be May 21st, and that's to meet the deadline, the 60-day deadline between the second and third meeting. And so I will briefly go over the ordinances and then go over the details that are required to finalize them if you want to take action. So the first ordinance has to do with Resolution 2024-565. This is for 4-year staggered terms and the change to the nonpartisan primary and election method. And just so everything's clear, because I think we had some community questions about this, but the primary would be in March with this ordinance. And so the groups would be staggered as shown on the slide. Group 1 would run for 4-year terms in 2026. Group 2 would run for 2-year terms in 2026, and then in 28 would run for 4-year terms, and that's how we'd establish the staggering. If it's adopted today, if the ordinance is adopted today, the one finalization item that needs a decision is whether or not this will be put to a vote. And so if it is, if that's the decision, the resolution that was included in your agenda material would also need adopted as well today. The other ordinance is for the addition of 3 district council members. There's a few things that need decided on this before it can be adopted. So we'll need to decide how many new seats will be added to each group, which seats will be added, F, G, or H, and then also, again, decide whether or not this will be put to a vote, and if so, adopt the corresponding resolution. Also, if this is adopted today, whoever makes the ordinance, if they could please also note that it would not be implemented until 2026. I think in what I included in the agenda packet, it may not have been incredibly clear, and I'll be sure to make that clear in any finalized ordinance, provided it's in the motion. So just to summarize, there's 2 categories that need finalization. First, just regarding the additional 3 council members, we'll need either consensus, or I have the trustee Kane's hat here again, and we can pull from there regarding which seats need added to which group. And then we'll also need to know whether each ordinance is either subject to a vote or effective immediately with 2026 implementation. And again, just a reminder, if it's put to a vote, we'll just need those corresponding resolutions adopted as well. So with that, I'm here for any questions.
Okay, do we have any, we've gone through this so many times now. Anybody have any questions, though? Okay, guess I'm trying to figure out if there's consensus on these issues. Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, no questions, but I thought I might be useful to open up with some comments after having talked with most members over the weekend. We got a lot of attention. I see a binder here full of research, although we're just seeing it, so I can only base my comments on, things we've already been exposed to. But, we got a lot of feedback in the last couple of weeks from the community regarding the 3 district seats. There were some studies and some commentary that were provided that didn't resonate with me, but there were some concerns that did resonate. And I know I'm the one who made the original motion, but since then have heard from colleagues concerns that we don't yet have answers to the budgetary and operational impacts of adding 3 new members to the body. Not only do the members get paid, but then there's support staff and impacts on how we meet and convene and how many people the directors have to brief on various projects across the city, and that we don't necessarily have information around the impact of that. And that also, this would require redistricting for 26, but then we'll run the census again in 30, and that could be a lot of thrash and confusion for voters. And so that I think I've heard enough to think there's not critical mass of support for the 3 districts, and so maybe it's not the right time. And I would be willing to make the motion to just table that or take it off the table, or whatever the appropriate language would be to not proceed with that.
What is the appropriate language?
You don't have to take any action, and it just fails.
So, and open to other conversation, but I think that's what I've gathered off of feedback.
Is there some consensus and thought on that?
So are you saying not add any? I'm not sure.
Right, take no action on changing the size of the council at all, because at this point in the process, unless I'm wrong, Janie, we can't modify, we can't tweak, we can't make it 1 district and 1 at large or anything. We can only vote yes or no on the 3 districts.
Right. We would have to start over at the first meeting and adopt a different resolution with a different set of seats.
So, yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is not modify the size of the council at all at this time.
So table it.
Open to hearing
Unless
what
somebody, I guess what we're going to do is table it unless somebody wants to make a motion otherwise. Okay, it's tabled. And let's go on to the next topic, which is 4-year terms. What?
Something I want to say is, I think there's been a lot of agreement that 4-year term stagger is the best method to go and the approach. I think there's been some debate on, do we make the decision, or do we put it on the ballot for the community to make the decision? From me listening and hearing and everyone saying, hey, let's go ahead, let's do it, I think as a council, making that decision is appropriate. At the same time, if there's an upspur of individuals that say, no, we want it on the ballot, there's a process for that, where I think it's 5,000 signatures are needed.
Yes, it's 5,000 signatures within 30 days of the notice of the ordinance being adopted.
So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Anybody else have other thoughts? So what you're saying is we make the decision and move forward on the 4-year terms, and then there's the option for voters to collect signatures and request that it be on the ballot. Okay. Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, I do support 4-year terms with a primary. At this point, you can have many people running for the same office and no one has to get the majority vote. I think that is a big plus to moving to this option. And I think in terms of the governance complexities of managing a city of 500,000 people, it's really important to have some continuity. When we look at, ordinances that have to go from, city council authorization to drafting to review by the planning commission to adoption, implementation, the process that anything takes, it's a long period of time. And so I think having a little bit more continuity among city council helps to see those issues through. And similarly, this is really some of the information that came out of the study group that originally made this recommendation, is that when we think about any of our public infrastructure or investments that we're making, they just have really long lead times. And we see, for example, transportation bonds that we're still, seems like almost 10 years, goes by and we're still trying to get some of these projects done. So having that continuity, having some history, I do think is important. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Councilmember Black?
I also support 4-year terms staggered. I just believe that the decision should be put on a referendum. I agree that being here these last 2 years, it would make the continuity, the ease of doing the work and the flow of everything makes so much more sense to have longer terms. And it would be my hope that if we place it on a referendum, that it would pass, because I think that makes sense. But I don't think it should be a decision we make at the table.
Okay.
So my question for this city attorney, if this was on a referendum and it did not pass, what actions could or could not be taken?
So you could consider the 3-meeting process. You could go through the 3-meeting process
All
again.
over again.
The only, if it did pass, then you would just be required to keep that amendment in place for 2 years after it's implemented. So, but if it doesn't pass, you can start over.
Okay.
Councilmember Harrison?
I'm prepared to make a motion to move forward with the 4-year terms. This would start in 2026. So if there's support for that, I'd like to see. And I do think this is ultimately what's good for Raleigh and good for the governance, and it doesn't affect any current elections that folks are running in 2024. So ultimately, to me, this is about the future of Raleigh and what works the best for the city.
So, and the motion is with the primary?
Yes.
Okay.
Second. Is the motion on the referendum or at the table?
Table.
Yeah, so I really don't know what I think about this issue, because we've talked about it a lot, and what I heard a lot was referendum, and now I'm hearing that through this process that the desire to do it a different way has emerged, and I am worried if it's on the ballot, on a crowded ballot, that it'll fail. I am. But I'm also worried that if we make a change, do folks have the opportunity to weigh in? And so I'm very conflicted. I don't think there's a good answer either way. I do think for good governance purposes, we should be on 4-year staggered terms. I think we need to get 2 majority win elections. I think all of our peers are on 4-year staggered terms. But hearing the shift towards at the table is new to me. But I will decide what to do, I guess, when a vote is called.
Okay, so
I'll just mention too, I think it's sounding like we all agree that 4-year staggered is good governance. I also just think public trust is at a historic low across levels of government, and so my sentiment is with referendum.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote then. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, 5 votes. And who's opposed? Councilmember Black and Patton opposed. So the motion passes 5-2.
And we also need the motion for the adoption of the resolution to call no, we don't. Thank you.
Okay.
Trying to give you the cue.
All right, now we have the I bet you never thought we'd get to this.
Did not. So in the essence of time, we're going to move really swiftly through my report. Thank you all for being here. This is not even my meeting, but it has been a long meeting today. So the first item is long awaited. It is the tri-party agreement for the interlocal agreement. Mayor, you can entertain the motion. We've talked about this. Everybody knows the council approved it. The county commissioners approved it yesterday.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We were fighting for
Sorry,
a second
Philip,
there.
but
Council
you can
Member
thank me
Ford,
later.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. And I know you were all waiting here all through the meeting, and no drama. So awesome. This is a great moment for Raleigh, and really excited to move forward on this. So thank you all.
You can thank us with a win tonight. Right. Next, we have the FY25 Human Service Agency grant recommendations. We have Sadia Sitar yet again.
Yet again. Good afternoon again. Yes, Mayor.
Has everybody read these?
Yeah, I mean, I think
I'm
we're
ready to
all-
make a motion to approve if second.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passed
you.
unanimously. Thank you.
All right,
And Mayor-
moving right along, we have the
Because we received it last
unsheltered
time.
homelessness response pilot program funding request. We have Emila Sutton from Housing and Neighborhoods here to talk about this proposal for a pilot opportunity for the unsheltered.
Emily, this is what you proposed during our retreat, correct?
Similar, yes. It would just be the pilot version of what was proposed at the retreat.
Okay, excellent.
Good afternoon, council, mayor. Yes, so this is very similar to what you all have heard. This isn't going to take long since you have heard a lot of this. Just a couple of reminders on the background. On any given night, more than 900 people in our community experience literal homelessness. And by literal homelessness, we mean community members do not have a fixed, regular, and adequate place to stay at night. Of that 900, over half are living unsheltered, which means living outside in places not fit for human habitation. We think that number is much higher. That's just the number we have, but due to data limitations, we think that number is much higher. So this number is a 200% increase since 2020. And this map shows the locations of people living unsheltered in and around Raleigh. Many of these sites are camps for people that are living in tents. The blue dots are places identified by the continuum of care during the annual point in time count, and the orange dots are the areas identified by the city's Parks Department. The green areas outlined are Raleigh parks. Clearing camps is not a solution to homelessness. Neither is managing homelessness with things like emergency shelter and other expensive and temporary strategies. While an important part of the homelessness response system, just a reminder that shelter is not the solution to homelessness. What we will present today is an evidence-based, research-backed strategy to actually end homelessness for people living unsheltered. So as we've talked about, at its root, homelessness is a housing problem, and this may sound obvious, but in practice, many of the strategies to address homelessness are overly focused on social services rather than the thing that actually ends homelessness, which is housing. At a regional level, rates of homelessness are driven by market conditions. For example, Seattle and Portland do not have higher rates of homelessness because they have higher rates of substance use or mental illness than the rest of the country, but because in those cities, the housing supply is lower and housing costs are higher. Where housing markets are more elastic, have less regulatory barriers, and are able to respond more quickly to the growing need for affordable housing, homelessness rates are also lower. Because homelessness is about housing affordability, the solution to ending homelessness is to increase incomes and or lower their housing costs. To put a finer point on it, homelessness is not a mental health problem. People experiencing homelessness have higher rates of mental and behavioral health conditions than the general population, but this correlation does not mean causation. Mental and behavioral health conditions are a risk factor for falling into homelessness, but they are also a result of experiencing homelessness. Precipitating events for homelessness may be job loss, death of a spouse, medical event or illness, or other traumatic events. The largest representative study of homelessness in the United States since the 1990s was published last year, and this study found that the single biggest reason why people became homeless was because of a loss of income. The annual cost to taxpayers of one person experiencing chronic homelessness is roughly the same or greater than the public cost that goes into funding one affordable housing unit. One study found that on average, one person experiencing chronic homelessness costs over $35,000 to the public sector each year. By contrast, over the past 3 years, the average city subsidy that has gone into creating one affordable housing unit is just over $32,000. Providing financial assistance to households to cover their rent is also less costly, costing on average less than $20,000 per household per year. The best solution to reducing the public costs of homelessness is to move people into housing. And again, I think we all agree that clearing camps is not a solution. It just displaces people, and it also harms their trust in local government and spends money on something that does not solve the root problem. Because homelessness is a housing problem and is about affordability, the research shows that the key to ending homelessness is providing access to permanent affordable housing. And to make housing affordable, housing costs must be reduced or households' incomes must be increased. This can be done through tools like rent assistance and cash transfers. So you'll see here these two strategies. So rent assistance is typically a monthly financial subsidy that goes into a landlord's pocket on behalf of a tenant to offset the cost of rent, whereas cash transfer, by contrast, is a direct payment to a household, which they can use however they choose to cover rent, food, transportation, childcare, or any other expense. So we're really looking also to best practices and what other communities are doing successfully. 2 Texas cities have recently made headlines for effective approaches in addressing unsheltered homelessness. We heard from Houston. We hosted them on Friday. Some of you all were in attendance where they talked about their successful strategy, where over the last 12 years, Houston has reduced homelessness by 64% through deep collaboration and a housing-first approach. And this housing-first strategy emphasizes moving people experiencing homelessness into their own apartments. The city found that 90% of people in Houston are still in these homes over a year after moving in. And the cost savings speak for themselves. The cost of housing one household and ending their homelessness is roughly between $18,000 and $20,000, as we've talked about, while letting people stay on the street costs 3 to 4 times as much between justice system involvement, emergency room visits, and shelter stays. And I'll just note that Texas noted something like a cost savings of $76,000 per person. So I think it really varies in every community. And you'll see here, following attention around Houston's success, Dallas followed in their footsteps, and they moved more than 3,000 households experiencing homelessness into permanent housing using rapid rehousing mainly. And I think an interesting note that we talked about at the retreat was more than 95% of people offered housing living in camps said yes to this housing. And this dispels a common myth that most are service resistant, quote unquote. And again, investing in strategies that reduce homelessness can also lead to increased federal funds to help address the issue. Houston received a 20% increase in their continuum of care funding after they implemented this strategy. So on to direct housing assistance. More than 100 programs nationwide provide direct-to-tenant rent assistance. Unlike typical rent assistance, again, which goes to a landlord on behalf of a tenant to cover a portion of all the rent, direct housing assistance is a payment made directly to the household for them to use to cover rent. Direct housing assistance can be more effective due to some of the challenges that households have in finding affordable units due to discrimination and other sort of rental market challenges. There's an example here. We gave one prominent example of direct housing assistance that's actually happening at the Philadelphia Public Housing Agency, and they are providing a monthly subsidy directly to participants instead of to landlords for folks on the Section 8 waitlist. This Philadelphia program caught the attention of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which then implemented a demonstration project in 2023 to study the impact and encourage this practice of providing direct rent assistance to households instead of to landlords. HUD also hosted an annual event in November of last year highlighting the direct subsidy model and encouraging communities to consider the practice, noting its successes and touting it as a promising tool. And as documented in the memo that you all have for today's item, these direct assistance programs have shown that there's been no increase in what are called temptation goods spending. So things like alcohol, illegal substances, gambling, et cetera. None of these programs have shown that there has been any increase in the purchasing of these items. And to highlight the misconception around direct assistance programs, the study noted in the memo that we provided, also the one that's from Vancouver, also examined the public's perception of how participants would spend the cash, finding that people significantly overpredicted the amount that participants would spend on these temptation goods, underscoring the implicit bias that people have towards people experiencing homelessness and their ability to manage money. Participants, again, overwhelmingly spend funds on things like rent, transportation, healthcare, and hygiene care. So for this pilot, in keeping with best practice, again, backed by the research and following the steps of communities like Houston and Dallas, staff is proposing to pilot an unsheltered homelessness response strategy. Through this pilot, we would provide proof of concept for this strategy at a larger scale, which again was presented to you at the council retreat this year. This pilot would combine these 3 proven strategies with the aim of transitioning 40 households living outside of camps into permanent housing, their direct housing assistance, homelessness system support, and coordinated community response. This 3-pronged approach will provide the subsidy needed to help people living unsheltered move quickly into permanent housing, as well as the system-level funding support to help them remain stably housed, such as case management and connection to services, which we know are a vital part of this work. Again, the focus on permanent housing as opposed to shelter transitional housing aligns with evidence-based practice, which is housing first, and it's proven to be more cost-effective and produce better outcomes. And in addition to the direct subsidies, the system-level funding support will help coordinate the response at a system level and increase the pilot's efficacy by involving multiple partnerships with the county, continuum of care organizations and leadership, as well as public and private community organizations. And as mentioned, the goal of the pilot is to house 40 households, but we will serve as many households as the funding allows. And here's just an overview of the pilot in a visual form. The central component is this direct housing assistance. The pilot would budget $1.9 million in direct flexible financial assistance to provide this monthly subsidy, and it's going to be calculated based on monthly rental costs. The funding for direct costs would cover all or part of the monthly housing costs for participants. For participants in need of longer-term assistance, we propose transitioning those households onto longer-term vouchers or other available rent assistance fund, depending on their availability, and we are in conversations with those voucher administrator organizations now. We're also in conversation with Wake County about connecting program participants with disabilities and higher service needs who need permanent supportive housing with the county's rental assistance housing program vouchers, which provide long-term subsidy and wraparound support services. And we're also in conversation with other organizations to include the Lotus Campaign and Bloom Housing about partnering to connect with landlords so that program participants can access affordable units. We do know through a letter that the Continuum of Care provided that they support this strategy. An additional $1.1 million would be utilized for implementation, such things as hiring case managers and street outreach staff for data collection and impact evaluation. Again, the pilot aims to move an estimated 40 households into permanent affordable housing, after which the camps will be closed. This pilot will serve many people living unsheltered, again, as funding allows. In addition to funding ongoing directly to people living unsheltered, the pilot contemplates increased financial support for the larger homelessness service system, which I've alluded to and we've talked about before, which has to do with continued support for the city's homelessness prevention and diversion pilot, enhancements to the continuum of care to improve coordinated entry and access, as well as continued funding for local nonprofits who support people experiencing homelessness. And these funding requests were submitted through the city's annual budget process. And again, supporting this larger homelessness system will help ensure that the resources are in place to support a coordinated community response toward unsheltered homelessness and to keep pilot participants stably housed. Furthermore, and lastly, to ensure that the units are available to people being assisted through direct housing assistance, we are also budgeting $1.99 million in funding to repair affordable rental units so that they can be rehabilitated and made ready for tenancy. Funds will be used to repair existing, perhaps naturally occurring affordable housing, as well as city-owned units, such as the hotel that the city purchased last year that needs rehabilitation for some of those rooms. And that is all from me.
Well, I think when you brought this forward at the retreat, there was unanimous support, and we thought it was brilliant. And I just want to tell you that I really appreciate your leadership on this, and also being innovative, trying new things. I'm going to make a motion to approve, but I know other people probably want to tell you the same thing I just told you, but I think this is brilliant, and I thank you.
Thank you.
So do I have a second? Okay. Anybody want to make a comment before we vote?
I just have a question. Yes, also heart, star, exclamation mark, smiley face emoji, all of that. This is great. We're so excited. Could you go a couple slides back where the costs are listed?
Yes.
Just a couple questions. One, can you clarify how this housing unit repairs differs from our existing rehab programs, or is it the same?
Yeah, so what we were contemplating for this would be pretty flexible. So I think that there's additional support, for example, that's needed. We think there's additional support that's needed for existing folks to remain stable in their homes. So I think we could apply it in that way. But mainly that we're looking at hotel units to be upfitted, as well as scattered site units owned by the city.
Okay.
And
then,
just to follow up, Councilor Patton, the current fund supports homes that are owned. So this is more rental.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And then my second, about the direct cost versus admin staffing, seeing them almost equal is makes me a little bit skittish, but I'm hopeful that what you'll say is it is that way right now while you're building the program, but at time.
That's right.
Okay.
That's exactly right. So this is about creating the infrastructure that we need, so that additional outreach, caseworkers, the services kind of support, and the support for transitioning folks into housing, all of that kind of work. That's just building the infrastructure. So as we go along, that absolutely will not look like that.
Cool. That's all I got.
Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilor Fort.
I'm just going to add very quickly because I want to get to the vote. I'm so glad you're with the city of Raleigh and you have so much information, and your ability to convey it very concisely in a way that's easily understood, I think is a real gift. And I really do think that we would benefit, the whole city would benefit from more of this information being accessible. So I don't know what we can do to get Ms. Sutton on our website.
We have our Affordable Housing Summit coming up.
But I mean, I'm talking about like website, social media. I mean, we need to get more of this information out, and specifically the way you're able to frame it, I think is really important. And so thank you.
Thank you.
And let's get Ms. Sutton out more.
I think
Prove it, we'll get it where it needs to be.
social media on this would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Councilmember Fort.
Yeah, a couple of things. First, I want to thank, I think we've got some members of the COC who are present, and they've been advocating their support. Appreciate y'all being here today. Certainly looking forward. I was on the call Friday with the information from Houston, and it seems like they've really had tremendous success. And so hopefully this is going to put us on the path to seeing something very similar in terms of success. And certainly I would be reaching out to our folks on the county side to see how they can also provide some funding to support this effort as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So all in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Thanks for COC support and your letter. Much appreciated.
And the last item today is the Mine Creek Trail Improvement Project. We have Lisa Schiffbauer from Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources here to give the most recent update on this project.
Yeah, so thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here to provide an update on the Mine Creek improvement, specifically how to address structures 32 and 33. At the February 20th meeting, City Council approved the option one, which was to replace the structures in trail in its current location, and directed staff to go back and look at how we can replace those structures in consideration of available funding. And this map is just to show you, remind you, where structure 32 and 33 in relationship to the Mine Creek corridor. And then this is just a map showing the replacement of option 1 in its current location. And then the 3 yellow triangles are potential easement acquisition that will be needed that will have to be further analyzed. And the reason for that is that the stream bank in that location is severely degraded, and so it may require that trail to be relocated further back. In 2014, again, this is just a reminder that there was some funding approved for replacement structure 32 and 33, or to address that situation. That funding was not sufficient, and that was a consideration as part of the option alignment evaluation. The option 1 was in the amount estimate of $1.3.5 million. So fast forward, the 2022 Parks Bond included funding for improvements along Mine Creek. And these are general improvements, replace asphalt, subgrading, replacement of some other structures along the corridor, and then to address some physical accessibility issues. We included in that budget to include some neighborhood connections to improve the connectivity. Water fountains are always requested as amenity. They are utility heavy and require a little bit more funding than your basic amenities. And then the last thing was to include funding in that $5.6 million that would help with modifications to Mine Creek that are associated with the Raleigh project, a Raleigh water project along Mine Creek that is up and coming. The $5.6 million did not include funding to replace structures 32 and 33. And so with that, and due to the inclusion of structure 32 and 33, these are some of the items that we will have to reevaluate and prioritize as part of that bond project. So we may not be able to do the planned modifications of widening the trail at Shelley Lake, replacement of structure 19 at Shelley Lake. We may not be able to do those new neighborhood connections or provide water fountains. So what staff is recommending here is to incorporate structure 32 and 33 as part of that larger Mine Creek project. We will work towards schematic design and more better cost estimates. We will implement the community engagement effort as part of that process, evaluate that further acquisition need for those 3 property owners, and then return to City Council for review of schematic design. And then this is our schedule. And this includes the public engagement effort, schematic review coming back to City Council in early 2025. And then this includes the construction schedule for the Raleigh Water Project. So with that, looking for authorization to move forward.
Question.
Yes.
So my question is, when we voted last time to give direction on the route to go, all of this was included in that cost estimate, was it not?
So the option 1, it's the $1.35 billion to replace the structures 32 and 33. That was the cost estimate.
So my question is, like, these seem like they're new costs.
No new costs. The $5.6 million is the cost estimate for all the remaining portion of Mine Creek to make those improvements, excluding the cost of 32 and 33.
I just don't remember hearing 32 and 33 when these were presented. Did I miss that?
That's what the entire discussion was about.
Right.
Was structures 32 and 33.
Right. So, because of my understanding, when I made my vote and everything, I did it based on the monies that we had available and in place. So, and I didn't hear anyone say we can't do other things because of this. So I'm trying to get clarity.
Yeah, so we went back, the staff went back to evaluate, like, how can we accomplish replacing structure 32 and 33? Because all we had available funding was $210,000. So that's what we're here today to say. We can replace structure 32 and 33 in the current location, but it may take away from improvements that were planned as part of the 2022 Parks Fund project.
One question, real simple. That statement that you just made, was that shared at the time that we made our decision?
No.
It was.
Okay.
We were very clear that that they were unfunded.
Gotcha.
So your choice is either find money,
right,
or what we did as a staff came in and said, we have a bond project on that trail. Highest and best use is to absorb it, but there's trade-offs for that. There is now not community.
And this is sharing the trade-offs?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay. I'll just say I didn't want to do the option that was 3 times as expensive, but I do appreciate the fiscal stewardship of saying, well, if we're going to do the thing that's 3 times as expensive, we've got to trim the fat in different areas, and I appreciate that it's staying within the Mine Creek bucket and not pulling from some other region of the city or some other project that we also promised the voters. So, yeah.
And I'll
I'm
just
supportive of this.
I'll just mention that we'll have better cost estimates when we come back with that schematic design. And so we're going to evaluate up to that time if we can still include these things. And so fingers crossed that we can, but I'm just letting you all know that we might need to trim this out.
Yep. Mayor Pro Tem?
So what do you need from us, just a vote or something? Or-
Authorization for staff to
I'm
move
ready.
forward
Look.
evaluate, including 32 and 33 as part of the 5-6 million.
Got it. We made a promise to that community when we all went out there and we made this vote. I'm not backing out. I understand there's gonna be some trade-offs, so I move to approve.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you.
So that concludes my report. I got out really quickly. It's up to y'all now. No surprises. I'm going to spare you all this afternoon.
Okay.
We're going to feed you, though. We're going to feed you.
All right. All right, now we have matters scheduled for public hearing. The first one is the extension of bond orders for the 2017 transportation referendum.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Allison Bradsher with the Finance Department. So as you just said, today is the public hearing for the 2017 bond extension for the transportation bond. Here in North Carolina, we have the ability to request a 3-year extension from a 7-year window to a 10-year window to issue fixed debt under a bond order. The process first requires the Local Government Commission to approve, which they did on their consent agenda at their April 2nd meeting. Today is the public hearing and adoption of the resolution. I believe no one has signed up to speak on this matter, and so after the adoption of the resolution, staff will continue to track project spending and will issue the fixed debt no later than the fall of 2027. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have before you open the public hearing.
Go. Yep, I'm going to open it, and there is no one signed up to speak in support or against.
Correct.
So I'm opening the hearing.
And do you want to close it?
Huh?
Do you want to close it, too?
Close it. Perfect. Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that like the quickest, Allison, that you've done something? Absolutely. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, next we have rezoning Z3523 Gorman Street. No one has signed up in opposition. We have one person signed up in support.
Hi, good afternoon. Sarah Shaughnessy, Raleigh Planning and Development. You've seen this case before. It's a request to rezone about 18 acres from conservation management to RX3, residential mixed use, 3 stories, with green frontage and conditional uses. Again, you opened the public hearing December 5th and last discussed it on March 19th. The applicant has revised, made some revisions to the existing zoning conditions, which I can review for you today. So just a reminder of where the site is located, east of Lake Johnson, currently vacant, forested. There are 14 total conditions. I'll just highlight the 5 main changes since you last saw this case on your agenda on March 19th. So the first change, condition number 4, previously prohibited any new dwelling units in Exhibit A, which is an area of the site labeled as no build area. The applicant has modified that condition, so instead of no new dwelling units, it's no new construction, improvements, or other development in that area. The second change is an addition to condition number 6 that prohibits the storage of any construction materials or equipment in the floodplain except for uses that would otherwise be allowed in the floodplain. So stormwater conveyances, greenway, multi-use paths. There is a new condition, number 9, which prohibits any tree disturbing activity in the no-build buffer described in Exhibit A. And then fourth change reduces the impervious surface limit from 30% to 18%. And then the final change here is just a modification of condition number 14, requiring some additional erosion control measures, including double silt fencing and sediment bags in the inlets during construction. Again, Planning Commission has offered no recommendation on this case. Did go to Growth and Natural Resources. They also offered no recommendation. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of staff? Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I was hoping that you could clarify. There has been some, I think, questions from the community about what can be disturbed and where trees will remain on the property. So my understanding is with the impervious surface limit of 18% of the total site area, about maybe 3 acres can be disturbed. And then when we look at that no build area, which was in the map, now with this added condition, number 9, it is to prohibit tree disturbing activity in conformity with tree conservation requirements described in the UDO. So it essentially acts as a tree conservation area. Could you just clarify or confirm?
Yeah, that's correct. There are certain, so the code that is referenced in condition number 9 is a section of the code that allows certain activities in a tree conservation district, and those are sort of specific work that is approved by NCDEQ for, public health and safety, removal of a tree for health and safety reasons. So yeah, it's in conformity with those code standards, and yeah, your interpretation is correct.
So if there was a disease issue, you could cut a tree down in a tree conservation area, and you could cut it down in this type of an area, but only with that type of like emerald ash borer comes through, which I don't know that we have that many ash trees left in that area at all. But anyway, I do want to note all of the conditions here, the updated conditions. I think many of them have been in response to constructive critique from community partners that care really deeply about this area, as do I. This is, I think of it as my backyard. It's somewhere I'm going every day. I really care about the environmental conservation elements of this watershed, and then also about the affordable housing opportunity here. This would be for income restricted units for seniors. And, I mentioned it earlier, there was a camp that folks had to leave recently in my district, and I just keep thinking about where people go. And so I think that is the only reason why this case has been one I'm willing to look at and think through, because obviously there's a lot of environmental benefits of just keeping the trees there. But with these conditions, I do feel like this proposal, it's the strongest we have seen since I've been on council. And I'm not aware of really any additional conditions that could be made. I'm going to stop though. I think there is one person signed up to speak if they want to for this case. So and maybe others have questions for staff too.
Okay, any additional questions for staff? Okay, no one has signed up in opposition. One person has signed up in support, Ted Hilbrun. I will open the hearing.
thank you for your continued consideration. Just here to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions?
Quick comment. Ted, I just wanted to say, when we saw you at Growth and Natural Resources Committee, I gave you the marching orders to bring us back the most green, most environmentally protective case we've seen to date, and I think you've met the brief. So I know it's been a long journey, and I really appreciate the advocacy of the community members who pushed us to get to this point.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
For a motion, I will say this is probably a more challenging case for me, just looking at the area from a more holistic perspective, because I know there have been like a number of challenges as it relates to stormwater issues and some of the things, not only on Gorman Street, but also on Trailwood Hills on that back street. So it really is challenging, but then understanding the need for affordable housing, it makes it even harder because you have to balance the environmental issues and concerns versus the need for housing. But definitely think it's been a good job of folks trying to come together with something that addresses both of those issues. So.
Okay. Councilmember Black?
Hey, Ted. This has been such a hard case for me for so many reasons. And I think, I applaud the developer for really creating a framework of understanding for when we're talking about these projects that you have to weigh like these different concerns around affordable housing and environmental concerns. And I think you've done a lot. You've made a lot of concessions to get to what I think many people at the table will feel comfortable with. And I know it's been a challenge for you over these last few months too. But it's really hard for me because it's like I still feel like there needs to be, I guess, some more flood protections, or there would be some more things I would like to see. And we're constantly in this place where we're putting environmental justice interest up to bat next to like our affordable housing interest. And that's been a continuous thing that happens over and over again, and it's a really hard thing to navigate and deal with. So I don't think, any decision one way or another is like you're trying to like balance those interests, and I just want people to understand like why people may represent things a certain way, and it's not like being against affordable housing, it's not being against environmental concerns, just trying to balance those things. And I just want to state that this has been really difficult. It's been difficult from the beginning, and I'm just happy that this is going to be over after today.
Okay. I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
Yeah. I do move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 7th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Councilmember Black opposed. Okay. Next, we have rezoning Z3623. This is South Saunders Street. No one has signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. The public hearing for this case was opened on April 2nd, and the applicant has made some changes to the request since then, including reducing the base height request for the district from 20 stories to 12 stories. And they've also made a few changes to zoning conditions, which I will describe to you shortly. There are no changes to the list of prohibited uses or the proposed trip budget. For condition number 3, which formerly limited building height to 15 stories or 165 feet, the applicant removed language related to 15 stories, considering the reduction in the base district height request. And the next several conditions concern development that qualifies as a Tier 3 site plan. The limited surface parking remains unchanged from April 2nd. So do the proposed build-to ranges for South Saunders and Prospect Avenue. So does the pedestrian access along both of those streets. And for the applicant has added a reference to UDO Article 9.1, which is the tree conservation section, to this section on pedestrian access. And as far as affordable housing, the applicant has extended the affordability period from 10 years to 15 years and increased the percentage from 1% to 2%. Another major change is references to stormwater infrastructure. So the applicant has added a reference to UDO section 9.2.2E and limited the options for the types of green stormwater measures that could be used. So now they're proposing either using a bioretention area, permeable pavement system, or a green roof, or some combination of those. And finally, the bike share station that's proposed also remains unchanged. Just a reminder that this is along South Saunders Street near the Fuller Heights neighborhood. And some views of the site, which is the current location of the Toxic Customs motorcycle shop. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map and inconsistent with the urban form map. And Planning Commission recommends approval of the requests 7-2. Please let me know if you have any questions before resuming the public hearing.
Any questions? Okay, we will continue the public hearing. Samuel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Samuel Morris with Longleaf Law Partners, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302. Here on behalf of the applicant and property owner. Matthew just did a great presentation. I'll just keep it short and sweet, not going to do the whole full presentation. As you heard, this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including kind of recently adopted guidance for the Dix Edge area, consistent with the future land use map. Although it doesn't have a urban frontage designation, we have worked closely to create that hybrid frontage that will contribute to the walkability and maintain that kind of urban fabric that you're looking for with a frontage. And of course, just going to CX12 will allow for higher density housing, mixed use opportunities on kind of one of the most key thoroughfares into and out of downtown. We believe comes with several public benefits: affordable housing, bike share station, green stormwater infrastructure, and we've really received no negative feedback from the neighborhood. Work closely with our district councilor to reach these conditions and really appreciate everyone's work and patience with this one and respectfully request your approval. Happy to take any questions or concerns.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I have a quick question.
Okay.
What were the two, I can't remember what the two dissenting votes from the Planning Commission were?
The dissenting votes were Commissioners Bennett and Commissioner Peeler, and they were, Commissioner Bennett was concerned about the proposed height increase and conflicting with Fuller Heights to the west, and Commissioner Peeler had wanted to see more affordable housing than was being offered. And when the Planning Commission heard the case, they were proposing 1% for at least 10 years, and they were also proposing 20 stories. So.
Yeah, I want to thank the applicant for being responsive to the concerns that were brought up both at Planning Commission and then in our conversations around this case. It's really important to me to follow, especially our recent guidance around the Dix Edge area study, and the affordable housing contribution is meaningful. So with that, I'd motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 7th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Okay, next we have rezoning Z3923 Nowell Road.
Good afternoon again. Sarah Shaughnessy, Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone 2 properties about 2 acres on the east side of Nile Road. You last discussed this case on April 2nd. There have been no revisions to the case, and the applicant is requesting to defer the case until May 21st to allow some time for additional conversation and revisions to conditions. I'm happy to go through the presentation to remind you of the case if you like. I know you're...
No, thank you.
So move to add to our May 21st meeting. Do we have time? That would be in the afternoon. Okay, great.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board.
Good afternoon, members of the council, Madam Mayor, City Manager. I'm Xiaoxin Baker with Raleigh Parks. With me, we have the consultant team led by Tetra Tech and Design Workshop, and engineering services, stormwater staff, with whom we have been collaborating very closely throughout this project. And we also have the Greenway Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, Beverly Clark, to present their recommendation at the end of this presentation. I also would like to point out that I'm here covering for our project manager, Gary Claiborne, who cannot be here, unfortunately, but his leadership and hard work have led to this significant milestone. So, Smoky Hollow Park, it's a 14-acre park site over just north of downtown Raleigh on north side of Peace Street between Capitol Boulevard and West Street. During the early planning phase, we worked with the citizen planning team as well as the community to develop a number of project focuses and project priorities, including site remediation, stream restoration and stormwater management, the development of a passive park, and greenway connectivity along Pigeon House Branch Greenway Corridor. The project was initiated back in 2017, starting with site investigation assessment due to environmental issues. The concept plan was reviewed and approved by City Council back in November 2022. And since then, the team has been working on the schematic design, and once approved, it will be moving into technical design and permitting, anticipating construction in 2026 through 2027. And during both the concept development and schematic design phase, we actively engaged the community, including, as I mentioned earlier, working with a citizen planning committee, conducting a number of open houses, virtual and in person, as well as gathering input through an online engagement portal. And now I would like to ask the consultant to present the schematic design.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emily McCoy. I'm a principal landscape architect at Design Workshop and have led this effort with Tetra Tech and EPR, who's seated in the audience here. The schematic design for Smoky Hollow Park really builds on the community's feedback and need for an urban oasis in this quickly growing part of north of downtown. With that feedback from the community, the restoration of Pigeon House Branch really offers the centerpiece and crown jewel of the park and helps organize all of the park elements. So what I'm going to do is just walk through some of the park elements as they stand today. As Xiaoxin mentioned, this is currently a completely impervious surface parking lot that is almost entirely within the floodplain. This design repositions the Pigeon House Branch and re-meanders it back to one of its historic alignments before it was channelized to build the the Devereaux Meadow baseball park. This site includes balancing and coordinating site remediation and restoration in conjunction with restoring the hydrologic systems of the park, along with restoration of native plants and communities and providing habitat throughout the 13 acres. Also, as part of the centerpiece of the park is a greenway connection that runs north-south that would hopefully be a part of a planned greenway that would, in the future, connect to Crabtree Creek. The site is bounded by P Street, West Street, Capitol Boulevard, and Dortch to the north. There are sidewalk connections that connect around the park, and this park design supports all of those pedestrian and accessible connections. In particular, at P Street, Dortch Street, and West Street, there are small plaza gathering areas that can be flexible for different gathering events and offer sort of that threshold and entrance and welcome to the park for communities all around. There's also a constructed wetland system in the middle of the park that takes on and daylights a stormwater pipe that comes from across Capitol Boulevard that slows down water, cleans the water before it goes into Pigeon House Branch. Through that constructed wetland system and the stream restoration, there are trails, boardwalk systems. So in addition to the Greenway Trail, there are smaller moments and pedestrian circulation systems that immerse you in the landscape and the natural system. So you have a diversity of experiences, whether you're at a gathering plaza at P Street or want to get down into the wetland and the boardwalk system in the middle of the site. There's also a viewing platform that's accessible on West Street that also takes you down to a smaller, more informal gathering space at the base of that viewing platform that will also offer really lovely views of the downtown skyline from the north. Along Capitol Boulevard, there's a series of berms, landforms that are used to balance the cut and fill of the stream restoration that also hopefully mitigate some of the sound from Capitol Boulevard and some of the views to and from Capitol Boulevard, and also introduce a new view that currently isn't quite very sightly along Capitol Boulevard as you approach downtown from the north. There's also, last but not least, a history walk that honors the complex and complete story of this site dating back to before the Civil War. That is also begins that experience along the old first base line of the old baseball stadium. Here, we're just illustrating the restoration of Pigeon House Branch, taking it from the west side of the site, which is currently in a channelized stone channel, and remeanders it to provide different ways to mitigate flood impacts, provide more habitat, and again, offer a diversity of experiences in the watershed. This includes a stream restoration strategy that provides in-stream and riparian habitat for species that currently don't have that habitat offered right now in the area. In the middle, you'll see the overall watershed that Pigeon House Branch takes on, goes all the way up to the Village District in Glenwood South, and this part of P Street is known to flood, particularly when we have tropical storm events that are quite large. On the left, you'll see just the schematic of all the different water flows on the site and how we're using those to, again, create a diversity of habitat and experiences, all to clean and slow down water. As I mentioned earlier, on P Street and West Street, we are here offering gathering flexible areas for food trucks, smaller events, pop-up tents, especially on P Street where a lot of the gravity and we expect a lot of pedestrian traffic and residents nearby to enter into the park space. And then on your left, you'll see that smaller West Street plaza that has an overlook. I should also mention on the north at Dortch Street, there's another trailhead moment where you can access the site from the north that has a small parking area that has ADA accessible parking. But overall, this is meant to be an urban downtown park that really celebrates and brings in the pedestrian, particularly residents and businesses around the area. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Shasheen.
Thank you, Emily. Budget. And this project supported by Parks Fund from 2014 for the initial planning and site investigation, as well as 2022 for implementation. And there's also a commitment from Engineering Services Stormwater CIP, $5.5 million for this project. 2 months ago, Council authorized staff to apply for a grant from the North Carolina Land and Water Fund program. If awarded, that grant would be part of the 5.5 million stormwater contribution, freeing up money for other stormwater projects elsewhere in the city. But if we don't get it, we still have the commitment from stormwater. So regardless, the total budget is 19 million, which matches the schematic design cost estimate, including contingency and escalation through construction time. That concludes my presentation, but before I open up for questions, I would like to invite Beverly Clark, the Parks Board Chair, to recommend their recommendation.
Thank you all very much. This downtown wetland park has been a long time coming. As noted in the memo and in Shawshin's presentation, this park was included in both the 2014 and 2022 bonds. Pigeon House Branch is the watershed for a large portion of downtown Raleigh. It is Raleigh's most impaired stream. Large parts of it are piped and channeled. Pigeon House Branch impacts the entire city because it feeds into Crabtree Creek up at Crabtree Boulevard and from there into the Neuse River. The site cleanup and daylighting of this creek will have an important environmental benefits. This park will provide greenway connectivity into downtown, will provide an urban respite in an increasingly and intensely developed area. So with that, our recommendation is that the schematic design be approved with the following priorities, which are reflected in the schematic design. First, environmental remediation. Second, stream restoration and stormwater quality improvements, greenway connectivity, plazas, and then 5, other hardscape amenities. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Approve.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. And you're right, this has been a long time.
Let's go build it.
All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. Tanya Tully with Planning and Development. Katie Pate, the chair of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission, is here to report on their recommendation of the of the Prince Hall Historic Overlay District. I have a very brief presentation on what your steps could be afterwards. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, or I guess, oh yeah, I think we had one up before that was the
other one was correct.
Good, all right, perfect, thank you. So good afternoon or early evening, members of council and Madam Mayor, it's good to see you all again. Katie Pate, Chair of the RHDC, and I'm here to briefly present the RHDC's recommendations for the future of the Prince Hall Historic Overlay District. RHDC's mission is to identify, preserve, protect, and promote Raleigh's historic resources, and we formed the Prince Hall Historic Overlay District Ad Hoc Committee in 2023 in response to a memo from the State Historic Preservation Office. That memo addressed a rezoning request to remove a parcel from the HOD at 423 South Blunt Street and discussed the ongoing piecemeal removal of parcels from the district. The committee met 6 times over 10 months, and the committee concluded its work on March 20th, 2024. On Tuesday, April 16th, the RHDC held its regular meeting with 11 of 12 of our members present, and the commission heard the report from the ad hoc committee and had a lengthy discussion about preservation options for the Prince Hall HOD. The options discussed included maintaining the current boundaries of the district, changing the district from a general HOD to a street-side HOD, reducing the HOD's boundaries to eliminate certain vacant parcels, updating the special character essay for the district, or a mixture of those options. RHDC voted 10-1 to recommend that there be no change to the boundaries of the Prince Hall Historic Overlay District and that the special character essay for the district be updated. We discussed many reasons for this recommendation. Some of the most significant of those reasons include the fact that the boundaries as they exist today reflect the previously approved rezoning cases that removed several historic buildings from the district. Here on screen, you can see the changes to the district over time. The black outline shows the current HOD boundaries, and the shaded parcels, except for the green one, were once part of the district, but then were removed through the rezoning process. Here is a timeline of the rezoning since the HOD was established in 2012. Our recommendation today aligns with all previous policy and guidance from RHDC. You can see here that the Commission has recommended denial of all of the previously approved requests to remove parcels from the district. These requests were all initiated because the owners wanted to avoid the COA process, not due to a loss of historic significance, which would be the typical standard for removing a historic designation from a property. Prince Hall is one of 2 historically black HODs in the city, so we were also concerned that there are some serious equity issues associated with continuing to dismantle the Prince Hall HOD, and this type of piecemeal removal of parcels hasn't happened in any of the other HODs. Several property owners who championed the creation of the HOD back in 2012 are no longer alive, and this district is part of their continued legacy, and I feel like we should honor it as such. Last year, the city did initiate a survey of property owners in the HOD to collect current data on opinions about the district. The city conducted survey is an unprecedented type of post-historic designation polling in North Carolina. This is not generally considered a best practice by preservationists to do a post-designation poll, but therefore the data does not reflect the opinions of the entire district or many of the pro-designation attitudes that led to the creation of the district back in 2012. 63% of the owners, including individuals and business entities, responded to the survey, and 41% of those respondents want to remain in the district or are undecided about whether or not to remain in the district. Here you can see some examples of projects that successfully engaged in the COA process to improve their structures that are within the HOD. The empty lots that are often in question don't indicate a lack of history, and they should lend themselves to creative infill in the future, which would bolster the historic character of the district. Here are some additional examples of properties that utilize the COA process. Development on those vacant lots is welcome and encouraged through the COA process with the help of city staff and the pro bono design guidance from the Design Review Advisory Committee. There is absolutely no requirement or expectation that those vacant lots remain empty. So we do appreciate the City Council's thoughtful review of this matter, and thank you for your time today. Unless there are any questions, I'll turn it back over to Tanya to continue the presentation.
Okay. Any questions? Councilmember Black and then Patton. Branch, I'm sorry. I have jet lag, so.
No problem.
Yeah.
Was the survey data discussed or considered in the discussion? Because I'm looking at just if majority of the owners, at least if you look at who want to stay in and who want to be left out, the majority of those say we want to be removed. And if we look at it, demographics, you talk about equity, and the demographics of those respondents, 67% of them are Black-owned who want to be removed. So was any of that discussed during the conversation that you all had?
Yeah, absolutely. The commission was provided a very in-depth report of those survey results. We ended up not relying on them as our sole reasoning for our recommendation. There are some questions about the accuracy of those results, especially because many of those parcels are owned by different business entities, so there was could be representation from multiple entities that were voting multiple times versus individuals. A lot of the I can't say exact numbers, but I do know that there were individuals who were maybe informed about the survey by private groups who have interest in the HOD being removed, and there was a statistical skew in favor of removing the HOD from those property owners who received assistance from outside groups.
Okay. So my question for staff at a later date, can you show us what the survey results will look like based upon one, like if someone owns multiple properties, consider it one vote, and what those numbers look like? Could that data be provided?
Yes, let me look at the memo. I think that is one of the charts included in the backup, but let me double check. If not, absolutely, I can provide that.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Patton, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, hi, thanks for this, and thanks for all the work that led up to it. I'm curious if you could, I know it was a 10-to-1 vote. I'd like to hear the motivations of the one dissenting vote, and also I imagine there were, within the 10, there were a spectrum of folks who were probably were in one spot and remained in their one spot throughout the course of this process, and also people who evolved over the course of the process. I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about the nature of the deliberation.
Yeah, definitely. I certainly can't speak on anyone's behalf in particular. I know the individual who voted in favor, or who did not vote with the rest of the group, was expressed that he had interest in removing some of the vacant parcels from the footprint of the HOD. There was only one other person who seemed to have a real shift in their vote, because he wanted that extra condition about reviewing the special character essay, which is something that we had already planned to do and was already in the process. But he wanted that to be part of the motion to feel comfortable voting in favor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so I just want to say, I think we've all gotten these. We're getting a ton of emails today by people asking to be removed. I think maybe they think we're having some sort of hearing on this today. And then also, I know this is an agenda item for information only. There's a lot of questions I have, and I would like to hear more about your deliberations and just in general about what discussions y'all had, because what I don't want to have happen is whoever's sitting in these seats next term, the term after, this just keeps happening. And so I think this deserves a deeper dive. It's late. We still have closed session and then an evening session. I think I'm happy to take this into the EDI committee. We don't have anything. We weren't planning to meet till after the break. We could hear it in June, and if you could plan to be there, or some of your members to talk, and then anybody who's emailing us, if they want to come talk about what's going on, that would be what I would suggest.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, do you have something to
I would
chime in
support
with?
that. I think we need a deeper dive, because I was on the council when this district was approved. Me, Dr. West, and third person voted against it because there was not support in the community. And it was orchestrated by a small number of people. And I still have problems with the way it was all done and how we continue to have these questions. When you can't expand daycare, when you can't do things that are important to the community, that's problematic. So I would support having a deeper dive at EDI. Okay. That's where we'll go. Thank you.
I do not need to do my presentation based on you sending this to ED&I. But what I was going to say is, I think on page 3 of the staff memo that's attached at the back of the RHDC memo, it has that breakdown by owner as opposed by parcel. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then it talks about multiple owners being represented.
Yeah. So it just showed that one owner owned multiple parcels, but we only counted them as one vote in this one particular chart.
Okay, that wasn't clear.
Yeah, all the other charts are, the votes are by parcel.
Okay, so the one that says property owners disposition by owner, not parcel.
Not parcel.
You counted the owners as one.
Yes.
Okay, which goes back to what I said earlier. Okay, thank you. And thank y'all for putting this in EDI.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be there.
Thank you very much.
All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the EDI committee. We just covered that. Council Melton?
Sorry, I'm responding to an email. I don't have a report. We still have 2 items pending, the Economic Development Roundtable with HBCUs and then the Downtown Raleigh Economic Development Strategy. Neither of those are going to be ready for a meeting. I had talked to Mr. Raleigh about not meeting again until after the break to give staff a little bit of time, but now we've taken this into committee, so we'll have that in June. We're not going to meet this month, so that would be June 25th at 1:30 in council chambers.
Okay, thank you. Growth and Natural Resources?
The next GNR committee is scheduled for May 28th at 4 p.m. We will discuss Z4023 Strickland Road and then also discuss litter prevention efforts in the city of Raleigh. So we've got 2 items. It may take 2 hours, just letting committee members know. I'd also like to ask for a meeting in June 25th, GNR, about tree protection ordinances, both current and options for augmentation, as well as the city's tree planting goals. I'd love to hear about our achievements annually, but then also the goals that we've set forward as a city. This is really in response to residents out there that want to better understand what we're doing and improvements that we can make. So does that need to be a motion to bring that to GNR on June 25th? Okay, I'm motioning to have a tree discussion on June 25th at GNR.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Is that at 4 p.m.? Your regular
4
time?
p.m. Safe, vibrant, and healthy community, we have no items pending. Transportation and transit.
Madam Mayor, I think there is one item pending in Safe Vibrant.
Oh, the revenue capture options. Yeah, we won't be meeting though this month. I have a medical appointment that day. That will take about 4 hours. Thank you. Okay, transportation and transit.
So no report, no items pending, but I will be reaching out to council members to talk about a couple items eventually sending to transportation and transit to get an update on around just items that staff has been working on so that we can just keep it in front of everyone. So
Okay.
more conversation to come.
All right, thank you. Next, we have a report from the mayor and city council. I'm going to ask everybody to please be brief. We still have closed session. Okay, start with Councilmember Melton.
No report.
I'm just going to announce that I have my community meeting on May 25th from 6 to 8. And I'll only do one good thing from consent instead of the whole list, but really excited about the asphalt rejuvenation service that we approved through consent today. They mentioned that this chemical that's in the rejuvenation treatment captures 3,580 metric tons of CO2 per lane mile. So it's a good climate initiative.
I have a few
Member
things.
Black?
I actually am going to start with how I always start, which is commemorating the month we're in. And this month is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which is observed in the United States during the month of May and recognizes the contributions and influence of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders to the Americas, history, culture, and achievements to the United States. So shout out to API Month. I had the chance to check out the film festival that was in Cary, so that was pretty exciting. The next thing I would like to request an agenda item for the ED&I committee. Last week I had a meeting with the founder of the organization Level the Playing Field. This organization is doing great work on mentoring young professionals of color and connecting them with incredible opportunities that exist in the Triangle. They began their partnership with the city of Durham to help them meet their DEI goals, and I think it would be beneficial to build out that partnership and have that conversation. So do I have to motion? Or can I just do it?
Yeah, we can take it into committee. You had mentioned that to me before.
Right. I just wanted to make it an official ask.
Sure, second.
Okay. Cool. The next thing
We
I
need
want.
to vote on that to take it into committee. I seconded it.
Motion second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
We can
thank
add
you.
that to June, I think. We should be fine.
Okay, cool. The next is I wanted to mention that I have a Mother's Day, Mother Earth cleanup event this Sunday, May 12th in the Brentwood neighborhood. Earlier this year, I received requests from residents in the area to help with the litter in the lake, so I'm excited to work with the great Raleigh cleanup to help our neighbors, and it should be really exciting. So if you haven't already, check out my social media. The link to register is in my bio. The next thing I also want to mention is I'm having a community meeting at Millbrook Exchange Park, room 1, on Saturday, May 18th at 12:30. We're going to be talking about the digital signs that everybody's been emailing me about, the text changes, aligning with that, as well as municipal election stuff that we did today. And it's also just going to be a place for community conversation. The last thing I want to talk about is something that I'm sure a lot of people are aware about. A few weeks ago, I was on a call on the Midtown Citizens Advisory call, and when calling out some of the things I was hearing about around anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic, and anti-police language, all of these Zoom bombers directed all of their hatred at me and said some of the most awful things I've ever heard in my 29 years in my life. And it's been really tough for me over these last couple of weeks. So I just wanted to express solidarity and say thank you to everybody who reached out to me over these last couple of weeks. Like, you never know how much those words just kept me going when I just wanted to just retreat inside. But you know, our city is really beautiful. We're filled with so much diversity here and so many wonderful things. And as Jonathan Milton put it, just get out, just go. So that is all. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Branch.
Just a few brief things. One, I want to highlight Seasons Village. They do a lot of work working with single mothers who want to improve their education and working with their children. I had a great time to stop by and see them, as well as Saving Adolescent Girls Everywhere. SAGE had a great fundraiser this past weekend. They work with a lot of young women, young girls, and giving them that entrepreneurial spirit and things of that nature, and just giving them another outlook in life and things that they can do. Also, Counselor Jones was there with me at the Wake Brook campus ribbon cutting. It was a great event. Our city manager was there as well. Behavioral health is good to see Wake Med Alliance and RI International working together to address some of our most challenging needs. And lastly, I will have a District C meeting on May 18th, pushing things, but May 18th at 10 a.m. At the same location as before. So thank you, everyone. And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Thanks to all of the city staff and council members for supporting the memorial service today for Kendall Harris. We had a really great turnout. It was a great event, so I appreciate all the support.
You did a great job. Thank you.
I do want to just make an announcement for Councilmember Jones. She's going to have a community conversation at The Mix off Durley Road on May 10th from 6 to 8 p.m. That's later this week. I will not have a District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting this month, but we will have one in June. That's Saturday, June 15th at 9:30 a.m. at the Thomas Crowder Center.
Go Canes. That's it. Right, now we're on to appointments.
Can I real quick jump in? I gave the wrong date for my community meeting. It's May 30th from 6 to 8. Sorry.
That's my birthday. Okay, thank you.
All right, appointments, moving on. Environmental Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Thomas E. Ridley Jr. received 6 votes and therefore will be appointed. Hispanic and Immigrants Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy, professional category. Kathy Montiero received 7 votes and therefore will be appointed. Moving on to nominations. Design Review Commission, 2 regular vacancies. The term of Martha Eberly is expiring, and she is not eligible for reappointment due to the length of service. Council may wish to elevate the longest-serving alternate member, Dane Thompson, and declare alternate vacancy.
I would make a motion to elevate Dane Thompson. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Also, for the Design Review Commission, the term of Megan Beach is expiring, and she would like to be considered for reappointment. Her attendance and attendance explanation is included in the backup materials for your review.
I would like to make a motion to approve. I've talked to Megan, and she's really passionate about this work, and, you know, sometimes life happens. So I'm going to make a motion. Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Planning Commission, one regular vacancy. The term of Brian O'Haver is expiring, and he would like to be considered for reappointment.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, unanimous.
For the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Center Authority, we have one regular vacancy. A resignation has been received from Sandra DeBose. That will be creating one regular vacancy for consideration.
I'd like to nominate David Clegg.
I would like to know what the need is. They usually specify an area of expertise.
We'll find it out for you, and we'll put that in the agenda for you. All right, for the Raleigh Historic Development Commission, we have 6 regular vacancies. The RHDC is recommending various actions, and they have included a memo from the chair. If you notice, 4 of the members are seeking reappointment. 1 has no desire, but the RHDC has provided a possible replacement for him, and 1 will be TBD. The commission is meeting in May, I believe the 3rd Tuesday, to discuss their recommendation.
Can we roll this to the next?
Want to roll?
Just put everybody on it.
Will do. All right.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, we have one more that was not included in the agenda. This is for the Community Engagement Board. They have 1 vacancy. This vacancy is usually filled by an at-large member. The member that I believe Mayor Pro Tem Melton appointed is still there. So we felt it would be appropriate that Councilmember Fort made the nomination. And she has nominated Mr. Antoine Marshall, and that will appear on your next ballot for consideration.
Could we vote today?
You can do whatever you like, yes, ma'am.
Move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Mr. Marshall is appointed. And that is the end of nominations.
Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
Move.
No report.
Now the city clerk.
Yes,
Move for approval
Mayor
of
Council, you have
minutes.
various minutes included with your agenda materials.
Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, unanimous, thank you. And now we will enter closed session. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and or settlement of a potential claim in the following matter: City of Raleigh versus Sarah Catherine Kane. And then GS 143-318-11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered by the city in negotiations. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. Council will reconvene at 7 p.m.